what? Just watching this now just typifies the way black women operate with black men. Yeah, I've just been watching. The man tries to talk to women. Like, ah! I'm like, look, hold on, let the man land.
Oh,
This is
excuse
supposed
me.
to be agreeable. Now hold on, let me finish.
So you
When you're
didn't hear
talking,
he was
I just back up and let
talking.
you speak. Yeah, we are the only community where there's a biggest chasm in terms of relationship between men and females. Look at the Asian community; they're more united. Any other community, African community, you're united. But see, black men and women in this country, you're always trying to compete with each other. I'm telling you, as a black man, some of those stereotypes hold true for black women. If you're going to do something about it, don't argue with a black man. Challenge yourselves.
All right, come in, Nikki. Hey, she's connected to audio. I do that all the time. Hi, Gary. After Dark, Fidel. Hi, Agnes. Your comments come through.
Hi, Nick. Hi.
Hi. Let me turn you down here.
Here's Shan. Here's Shan.
Here we go. All right, lovelies.
Hello.
What, babes?
Yeah.
Hey, Shanties.
Hello,
Can't hear us. Oh, you can. Hi, babes.
Hi, honey.
Hey, Sean.
Hello.
You okay, my dear?
Yeah, good, sweetie. Did you manage to settle the kids?
Not really. But we're just going to smile and wave through it.
Oh.
Yeah. Mine are in there somewhere as well. They'll go to bed in a minute.
Oh, my goodness.
Well,
there's always one like unruly one. There's always one unruly one that don't business about nothing.
No.
And that is the one that is up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. So how are you guys?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Tired. I've been busy on the go. You know, when you're just constant from one thing to the next.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've been doing my radio show as well.
Oh, tell us about it quickly.
Yeah. So, two Tuesdays out of the month. So I do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, and it's just like a talk show with a bit of music involved. You know. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So today. It was mainly around the whole Noel Clarke situation, so I just wanted people's opinions on that. But yeah, it was really good. It was quite well received, and yeah, played some tunes. Yeah,
what's your opinion on that?
Now, I think there's strength in numbers. Number one, I think we're not sure on how many of those women have been sexually assaulted or anything like that, you know, because it's a whole mixture of sexual misconduct and you know, verbal abuse and harassment and that sort of stuff, and obviously an undercover filming of girls and things like that. So, you know, I just think we have to take notice, first of all, on the amount of people that have come forward. However they have come forward, they've come forward, whether it's through the newspaper or whatever, you know, but then I also have to look at, you know, one of the guys said it on the show today. He said you have to look at the paradigm that black men are in today. And that really struck a chord, you know what I'm saying? So, because a good few people are saying, well, you know, he's just got his BAFTA, this, that, and the other. It just seems like you're just trying to tear down, you know, a good, decent black man. You know, so I just think, personally, I think these women are brave. I think they're doing the right thing, and I hope that, you know, it does come something. I hope that it comes out that they are not lying, because that will be terrible for both parties. Yeah, do you know what I mean? So
he said he didn't sexually abuse anybody.
Yeah.
That he's guilty of being slightly arrogant. I was saying to my mum, you don't really want to, because I want to throw the words allegedly all over this. It's not fact, it's just a theory.
Yeah, exactly.
But I was saying to my mum, I wonder if in his arrogance, you know, like he might have slept with a couple of people, and you know when they're done, they're like, well, be gone.
Yeah.
People don't like that, and now they're saying it's abuse.
And deemed it as
deemed it as sexual abuse. I was wondering if that was the case. But I don't know, it's just such a funny thing, because obviously all of our endeavors, we come together, we're strong. All of our endeavors individually, you want them to be strong, but you want to remain grounded at all times. You don't want to push yourself. And that arrogance and that, you know, I don't know how to explain it. Like, you want to do well and you want to be proud of yourself and you want to know yourself, but you always want to remain as grounded as possible. And it sounds like that's what he was guilty of not doing. Some pieces I'm not too sure about, you know, we weren't there. So
it's true. It's true. And even about that, it's going off topic, but you're saying about no matter, you know, we all want to succeed in what we're doing, and we all want like some kind of luxury lifestyle, but it's like, I want the luxury lifestyle without the luxury lifestyle, if that makes sense. So I want it, but I don't want the bouginess. Like, I just
don't want
like
the tag.
I don't want the tag. I don't want the bouginess. I don't want the airs and graces. I just want to be who we are right now in a bit of luxury every so often. I just don't ever feel comfortable in those situations. I always feel more comfortable in more kind of grounded kind of situations. But it's just kind of keeping yourself, because before this I've heard from different people about how arrogant he is. I've always heard about how arrogant he is. I haven't necessarily heard anything sexually. Doesn't mean it's not true, because, you know, there's too many people that have come forward as well. And he apologized. I know he apologized. I saw a headline, but I haven't really looked into it. I purposely just haven't looked into it, because it's getting to be like normal now. Every so often this comes out about someone and you just think, what is going on? What is happening? So I don't know, stay grounded.
And I'm sad. That's what I was saying today. I'm sad about that, because if it's not true and these girls are colluding and the establishment is conspiring to bring him down, then why are you tearing down a decent black man? And if it is true, like, bruv, man, what's wrong with you? Do you know what I mean? Like, come on. So either way, no, there's no winners here. There's no winners, and that's the worst thing about it. Do you know what I mean? That's the worst thing about it. And I just don't like, I also don't like in these cases and when these things come up, it's almost the onus is on the victim to prove certain things and all that, you know, and you know, I was reading something like, and a girl said, like, how can you prove when someone like walks past you and squeeze your tits? How you
how do you do that? There's no way of doing that.
So, you know, but it's just the whole thing is just sad, you know.
It is sad.
And I think he's got a wife and children, so it's even worse for them, you know.
My mum was a bit vexed with Kano and Ashley Waters. They basically just distanced themselves from.
They had to though, didn't they?
I get that.
Like, this is why
I feel like the way they've done it was just.
What do you know about Kano then? Bless her. Do you know what I mean? About they distance themselves. But when you need people is when they bounce the most. But guilty of that, then you're right. He does, you know, no one wants to be affiliated with sexual assaults, and I just don't know what it is with that world that makes people feel like they are above human decency and the law.
I don't get it.
You know, your money and your status shouldn't mean, but I don't know. Without knowing the details, and like I said, like very much like you, Natalie, I have not fed into it, because it seems like every time one of us hits a certain, you know, then you're dragged all the way back down. So it's
and I think as well mentally, like we've had to deal with a lot. Things that are not even anything really to do with us. It's like the world has had to kind of mourn certain things and cope and manage certain things universally, different situations, whether it be celebs, politics, the world, COVID, deaths. And I saw that and I was like, I can't actually take this on. I can't take it on. And when I say I can't take it on, it's not even like I can't take it on as in I don't want to hear what the women have got to say or what he's got to say. I can't research it and look into it right now. I can't take that energy on right now. I can't. It's like another thing that's happening, and it is distressing, and it is someone else, and it's just like, what is wrong with these people? I can't take it on. Like, I can't. Take it on right now. But
say good evening to some people. So let's say good evening to Gary After Dark, Alan. Fidel might hop on with us at some point.
Oh wow, we've not had Fidel on, have we?
No, we haven't. We're not sure what he's going to do if we have him.
No, because he's a proper bad breed in the group. But we're yet to have
a whole
him.
Fire starter right here in this
a whole fire starter, but we're yet to have him.
Boy, you're going to make me take off my glasses.
Colette, registrar. I think I'm saying it correct. Registry. Correct me anyway. Good evening, Jessie Kwame. Mim. Can anyone else see what that says? Mimi?
No, I could just see.
Good evening. Hey, Agnes. Hey, Davina Jones.
Hey, guys.
Kwame wants to know what we're talking about. We were talking about Noel Clarke. Some people are saying, Colette said, well, he apologized, so he must be guilty. But from what I understand, he apologized for his arrogance, not the sexual assault. So, yeah.
He said he wasn't aware of how he made people feel. So he will look into that.
But I feel like he that I can feel to like, because he's been blown up about that bare times about how he's made people feel.
I think he's arrogant. I think he's arrogant, and he thought he'll get away with it. That's what I really do think. Yeah.
Yeah.
He thought he could get away with it because he'd gotten away with it for so long. But
sorry guys, my washing machine's on job today. So apologies.
And he does a show at home. It's just mayhem. Like,
you do attention to it as well.
Oh man. And you know what? It was supposed to stop about 45 minutes ago, but I think the little bad brute, I think he twisted the dial, so it's on the long wash. Because I'd put it on a quick wash, so it should have finished about 45 minutes ago, but why would it?
Yeah, why? Well, I'm at Goody's house at the moment because my internet decided to go down like an hour before the live. When I logged on to Sky, they said, oh, well, we've got problems in the North London area.
That's like me, Trish, as well.
Really?
That's
they
why
might as well have just put this up.
Yeah.
So
Sky's
never mind
dead,
about us, and I had to fly and use that Goody's Wi-Fi, but it doesn't matter. But as I've got all four of you on the screen, I also wanted to say thank you so much for my birthday. I'm still blushing.
Oh, bless you.
Why are you red?
Such a nice day.
It was so lovely.
Yeah.
Why am I red, did you say?
Yeah, why are you red?
I don't know. I'm gushing. It was so sweet. I was really like, so thank you guys.
No problem.
It was lovely.
Oh, sorry.
Who are you whispering to?
The child. I forgot you can't whisper on here.
No, we can hear you.
All right. So let me share my screen. Let's start going into some of the memes that we looked at.
Okay.
During the week. So.
Oh, look at you two.
I know.
Look at you. Look at you.
I know.
Little celebs in your diva choice.
Oh.
It's nice though, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Lovely. I'm still looking for that piece, Trish, man. I can't get it.
What piece?
The one that you're wearing in that picture. No, the one in the other picture.
Oh, Katie Pearl.
Hang on.
Katie Pearl.
Yeah.
You put it back up so we can have a look.
We've got feedback. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Camera's freaky today.
And we're still live on Facebook, yeah?
Yeah.
We are.
Right, cool. Because I got feedback. That happened to us last week. I got feedback. So, I'm done worrying about it. And the slideshow don't want to work. So, I went to this. Can you see the screen?
No.
No, not yet. No.
Okay. Let's try again. All right. So, you guys have gushed about your little profile picture, but I missed that because I was in the...
You was in murder. We was just saying, look at Arkham. The models, them.
Right, let's see. Right, we have it now.
See.
Right. So, we're chopping it up.
Chopping it up.
So, first meme, posted by a member, Lennox Christie. Why are so many good women single?
Good women is relative to you know,
exactly.
The counterpart,
one man's good is another man's devil, you know.
Yeah.
So
I think
you know, I think it's kind of a thing like, I think women today have got standards that they are not prepared to go below.
Yeah.
Basically. And they will meet these people, and at first it seems like, yeah, he's cool, yeah, he's all right. But then, you know, the more you get to know him, you think, no, you have to drop that one. You know what I mean? So
drop that out.
I think that's a lot to do with it.
Right.
Yeah. I think we're not desperate. Like, no one's desperate to be holding on to a man that you take stupidness, or if you do, when you come out of it, you're just, I think a lot of people, men and women, to be fair, a lot of men and women have been through things in relationships, have come out scarred, and they're just, like, I put up statuses all the time about, do you feel ready to date? When's the right time? Do you feel ready to date? How do you feel about dating again? What do you do? And nearly everybody is like, male and female, is like, they're not ready. And it's a lot of people have been scarred by relationships, and it's just so if you're not in a relationship now, more time you're very weary, so not a lot of people are rushing into things anymore because they just can't take the foolishness either side, and a lot of people are not rushing into things anymore because they just can't take the upheaval of getting into it. And then ultimately, how is it going to end? Is it going to end? A lot of people, I just think they don't have faith in relationships anymore.
And then you get to a point where you're just like, forget it, man, innit? And that's when, you know, Mr. Perfect for you, you'll let him go because you can't be asked anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that sounds daunting.
Well,
sorry. I'm usually fun, but hey, no, wow. Olu says perhaps they're too unagreeable. Gary said there's always be single women as there is a well and a half of men. Oh, hang on. Well and a half to every 1.5 to every man, I think is what he's saying. And some are gay, and there will always be singletons. Simple. Okay.
Well, what about you and Natalie? Because you two are single.
Yeah. What do you think?
Do you know what I mean?
Throwing it out there. Sorry, throw you under the bus. No, but you know what I mean. Like, so why are you guys single? What is your reasons for being single? I mean, not that I know it.
Fucking traumatized, brethren. PTS fucking D, bruv. Can't do that shit right now.
Natalie's fucking traumatized.
Oh, fucking allow me for a minute. Like, let me just catch some life, and then
she just blew up our whole spot without us realizing.
I know. Sorry.
You two are single, so I'll bet you answer.
Well, sorry. But I'm also calling you good women as well, so I want your take on it.
Natalie, you go first. It's interesting because two of you are in serious relationships. One's married, one's engaged, and us two are single. So Natalie, you go first.
Sorry, Shan, what did you say?
Why are you single?
Why are you single?
I got out of a long-term relationship. I was actually engaged, 10-year relationship.
It's the kids. It's the kids. See, being married is good sometimes because Dad's in there and he dealt with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, I'm in here. Shut the door.
So sorry. So my backdrop's falling. And yeah. I can't. Time of the month, isn't it? Everything got to go wrong. So why am I single right now? So let me answer this and then I'll finish. So I came out of a long-term relationship, 10 years. I was engaged. It didn't work out. We went through a lot. I feel like I went through.
How you look.
It's fucking. The show must go on because fuck.
Exactly.
So yeah, and I've only been out of it for what? A year and a half.
Okay. Yeah.
So
no, fair enough.
And it's the first time I've been out of this relationship, and I've been out of it where I'm not in it. Like I'm done.
Yeah.
So it's this is new to me. So I'm just literally finding my feet. I think as I'm enjoying my life again, found myself again. Had to go through like a lot of personal things and a lot of personal and thingy growth, but yeah, I think finding myself again, I feel like right now a guy would be a distraction, and it's not something that I'm ready to take on right now because I'm still kind of working on myself. And I just don't fancy no one ever. I'm really bad. It's really hard to fancy people. I don't know what's the matter with me. You know, Shan. You know, Trish. You guys know. I find it hard to fancy people. Like I don't know what it is. And it's not even a looks thing for me. I don't know.
I just think you're not ready.
Yeah.
Not ready.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. Huh?
Trish, yours?
Yours, Trish?
I was gonna say, let's go on to the members' messages.
No, we can't leave you out.
I think why am I single? Trying to find my words. It's by choice. I spend lots of time single. So I spend long periods of time single. And in between relationships, like Natalie said, I find it difficult to meet people that I vibe with and that I fancy, or that you know, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just, I spent a while trying to get to know myself. I've been in a couple of relationships that were less than ideal. My last relationship wasn't terrible, but it obviously didn't work out. And I don't believe in the philosophy of to get over one man, you get underneath another. I really feel like you need to find who you are as a person.
Yeah.
And when you're in a relationship, you learn a lot about yourself. We spoke about this before. I mention it more or less every single live. I think as I've gotten older, I have become very much aware of the importance and the power of sex. So again, I don't feel like I will just go out and have sex with anybody because I'm horny or I'm lonely or my friends think that I should have a man, or when I just believe when it happens, when it's meant to happen, it will happen. And I will know in my core that this is somebody that I want to spend time with, and it will just take its natural course. But until then, I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm in a beautiful relationship with myself and I'm quite happy. So when I meet my king, I'm very sure of who I am as a woman, and I won't be intimidated by the type of man that it is that I'm waiting for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, just enjoying me, getting to know me. Just turned 46, as you know. And it's like it's 4 years to 50, so it's a different kind of road now. So I'm hoping that the guy that I end up with is going to be that strong male that appreciates my strength, my loyalty, my hard work, and together we build. And I, like as Gary said, there's like 13 women to one man. So I'm not out here scrapping in the streets with girl over man. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah.
But I do believe in all of my heart that when it's time for him to come, he'll come.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
You know? So, and when I'm single, I'm celibate as well. So, yeah, we won't go into how long. Yeah, we won't do that.
That's another live.
Let's just say,
I was gonna say that's a different topic.
That's also something I would ask as well. You know me, I'll throw that in. Like, oh, how long's that been then?
We're not going to go into that. But why does this thing do this to me? I have no idea why it does it to me every time.
What's that? Husani Stevenson said, "Oh, now I can't see these 13 women."
Oh. They're coming.
We've got a male member, one of our favourite members, Olu. He's waiting in the weight room. Should we let him in and then just continue the conversation with him?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll have lots to
Whilst Olu's coming in, can I just ask Shan and Nick, you're both in very long-term relationships, married, engaged. You're both good women. What is your secret to healthy long-term relationships? How have you managed to maintain it, especially in today's society?
Oh, Nikki, you go first.
Before you answer that, let's just all stop and say, hey, Olu.
Hey, Olu.
Hi. Thanks for joining us. Never lets us down, always gives us our male perspective.
There we go. All right, so when I met my husband, I was like 3 years single from a long-term relationship. So I was in a long-term relationship, broke up, then was single and was out chopping it up. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Then met my husband, and I was just, to be honest with you, I was just me, because in my last relationship, I realized I turned into someone that I wasn't. Yeah. And I promised that would never, ever, 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 ever happen again. So I'm just me, you know. But in that, I've had to get to know him and what keeps him going, what makes him drive. So we've had to get to know each other, you know, and everything changes, isn't it? Because the situation changed, your boyfriend and girlfriend, and then, you know, you're seeing each other, then you're living together, you know, then he proposed, then we got married, then we had the kids. So all the situations are very, very different. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, I think it's a bit about getting to know them, obviously, knowing what they like, they don't like, and being your true self, I think, because that's what the person is going to be with, your true, authentic self.
Yeah, I agree. Shan?
I agree with what Nikki said. I met my partner like quite young. But before that, I feel like I'd been through a lot in relationships. I feel like I learned a lot in relationships. Yeah, but it was completely different. Even I was young. I was 22 when I met him, and he was 23. So we was quite young, and I think we got quite intense very quickly. And I've never done that before in my previous relationships. So for me, it was different, but it felt right. He very quickly became my best friend. Like, you know, like someone, and I felt that the same, like Nikki said. I felt that I could be 100% myself with him. I didn't feel like I had to pretend to be, like, I had this thing, like I would never eat in front of guys. I would never eat. But with him, I just feel like so comfortable that I would just be sitting there just chowing it down. I think I probably regretted. I probably ate too much. He probably regrets making me comfortable all now, because he's probably thinking like, "Nah, she don't stop eating." But I just felt myself, you know. And I also think as well, like, it's compromise. Like, I had to change because how I viewed relationships, I felt like they had to be a certain way. And because I was used to toxic relationships before him, I used to think that arguing and stuff was normal, like screaming at each other was normal.
Yeah.
I had to, so because he, like, if you don't know my partner, but for people that don't know, he's really laid back. He don't argue. He doesn't do none of that. It's like, it's a waste of my breath. So I had to learn very quickly, like, this is not getting me nowhere. And I feel like it used to make the situation worse, because I'll be flipping out, screaming, it just be wasting my breath, and he'll just be dead silent, just staring at me like, you're crazy. And it used to wind me up more. However, I had to learn that he's different. He's not that. Do you know what I mean? It weren't that. I genuinely feel like because we learned how each other was and we sort of grew up together, it just worked. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how it worked, but I think both of our past relationships, they had an effect on our relationship, but in a positive way and not necessarily a negative way. It was like we knew what we didn't want to do again. Repeat.
Oh,
that's the
Some guy called Jessie said the reason we're single is because we only let Olu in.
Does Jessie want to get in? I think he wants to get in.
He was like, that's why Olu's single.
Oh.
We only let in Olu.
Oh, come on,
check him out, make sure
let them in. Let them in.
Let them in.
Come in.
All
Whilst we're waiting for him to come in, Olu, so we asked the ladies what the secret is to lasting relationships, because they're in a relationship. They asked us, because we're single, why are we single? I don't know, which one do you fall under, so we know which question to ask you. If you're in a relationship, give us relationship advice. If you're single, as per the meme, why are you single?
Relationship advice. Yes, I'm in a relationship. In terms of advice, what I will say is just be your authentic self, just be you. All too often people try to be a version of themselves that suits their partner.
Right.
You know? Because you can only pretend for so long. You know? So as you get older, you realize what you can tolerate, what you can stomach, and what you can work through in a relationship. So, for example, I remember being younger saying, you know, that if a woman did a certain thing, that's it, I'm done. But as you get older, you realize people change, people make mistakes. And part of maturity is actually having that dialogue and working through it, because all too often you don't have that resilience in a relationship. You go to another one, it breaks, go to another one, and you just leave the trauma behind. And I realized as I got older, you know, the staying power is not there. Maybe it's you. And the hardest part is just holding that mirror in front of you and saying, maybe it is me. What do I need to do? Because you can be attracting great guys, great women. But if you don't know what it takes to keep these people, you end up in mature ages, start blaming other people. Whereas actually the issue might be with you.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and that's a very difficult conversation to have with yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see now. So that's just my experience.
Yeah.
We hear that. We hear that. The meme was asking, why are there, it was a meme in the group from Lennox that said, why are so many good women single? I don't know if you saw that in the week.
I did.
You did. What's your take on it?
You've got to ask yourself, do these women want to be in a relationship? Because being in a relationship means you have to be selfless and not selfish. You have to consider other people. You're not perfect, so why do you expect the person, your partner, to be perfect? You know, when they get, I mean, from a man's point of view, you meet a woman, you expect to do certain things. Well, she just probably in a relationship with somebody else, and men often use the term things like customizing your woman, making her suitable for you. That takes time. You know, what worked for your previous may not work for your current.
Right.
You're saying that, and that is what maturity teaches you. Just because certain women like you to flex in a certain way, that might be you 10 years ago. But currently, you might have to move differently, and that woman with now may not appreciate that. So it's about knowing yourself. And also, again, for guys, and I'll speak from experience, all too often we tell them what they want to hear and not the truth, because it depends on our intention. So if your intention is just to bed a woman, tell her what she wants to hear, or you admit the things she doesn't want to hear. That's just bad.
Right.
So that's just my 2 pence worth.
Thank you.
All right. We got some various comments, through throughout this post, and one that I found interesting was this video presentation. So I'm going to play it, and you guys tell me what you think of her understanding as to why there's so many single women out there that are good women, but they're single. Tell me if you agree with her. So
okay. Can't hear her.
Can't hear it, Trish.
Can't hear her?
No.
No?
You need to share your sound or something like that, don't you, in Zoom? The computer. I think you need to share it.
Why not go wrong? Why not?
Surmise what she was saying.
What was she saying?
All right, so let me just move on to the next bit. Right, she was basically saying that women are not realistic about, they don't date in their lane. So they want the man that is high flying, that's got money, but that man might want the supermodel that is flawless, and there's plenty of nice guys out there, but because we're aspiring to guys that don't want us, that's why we're so single. That's why we're single. Yeah. She was like, women think, oh, I'm doing so well, so we could be a power couple. And she was like, men don't think like that. So men think, do you look good on my arm? Do you please me sexually? But not necessarily are they looking for that power couple stuff.
Right.
If that's
more of a female thing.
Isn't that the same thing that Kevin person was saying when that girl, do you remember that video, that American guy that was like really
Kevin Samuels, yeah,
it's the same thing he was saying to when the girl was saying she wants a man that earns a 5-figure salary, and he said, but do you? But I mean, he's exactly saying the same thing, but in a really horrible way. But he's saying that as well. Why are you looking for that kind of man when you ain't that kind of woman?
When you ain't that kind of woman.
That's the same sort of thing he was saying. But you know, I think there's an element of truth in that. There is. And that's the other thing about, you know, when it comes to the opposite sex, or, you know, looking for a partner, what you like and you see and you think, oh my God, he's gorgeous. He's looking straight past you because
you're not his type.
So, you know, that's the other thing as well. We've got to kind of find that balance with and actually meet someone and think, wow, it's worked. You know what I mean? But it does work. It does work. So
you got to meet someone that you've got that connection with, man. I think like someone can be the most handsome man in the world and it can just do not a lot for me. I literally am aroused by once I've had a conversation, like, you know, how I feel once I've spoken to that person or once we've had a few conversations. And even then it's never the first conversation or thingy. That's what makes me turn my head. I don't care what you look like. Literally it's how I feel after we've spoken. I let now, especially, I let my feelings, my emotions, my senses, my gut guide me. Because with relationships, I really do think that it's about the connection that you have, not what looks good. You look good together, that's great, but do we fit?
Exactly.
Don't start already. He said, Fidel said, why do broke women who look like something ducky box believe they can pick and choose?
Sorry, what was that?
Hang on, the comment's gone. Why do broke women who look like something ducky box believe they can pick and choose?
Oh God.
What's the matter with him?
I want to read the comments on the screen, please.
I think Fidel should write a book.
Yeah.
Can I just add something there?
Yeah.
It's quite interesting that all three of you mentioned characteristics in a man which are non-tangible. Yeah. So, for example, connection, some you vibe with, these sort of things. But as you get older, yeah, you realize with a man, well, I'm talking about men and the men I know and the circles that I move in, it's more about a woman you just be agreeable with.
Sorry, a woman that
is
You
agreeable.
can be agreeable with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like you can just vibe with
When you're
them.
younger, the looks, all that thing is important. But as you get older, you realize these things can't sustain a relationship. They can get you into a relationship, but they can't sustain a relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
You hear me?
I see
So,
what you mean.
and then depending on your situation, whether you have kids or not, where you are in your journey, you may be looking for things where you say, you know what, 10 years ago, I wouldn't have considered that. But now, where I'm at now, I can work with that.
Mm.
And that comes down to, again, being honest. Don't date a guy because, oh, your friend thinks he's cute or thing. Be honest with yourself. What do you need now? What's going to help you? What's going to help you grow? And also, and I'm going to say this now because it's all you went on there. Yeah. Are you willing to subject your man's leadership?
No, I don't know what that means.
Stop it. I've
No,
always said, like, I've been truthful, yeah. Like that was really hard for me, and it's still a bit hard for me. But what I will say is, if I trust you and you're making me trust you, I'm gonna trust you're gonna lead me to some good. That's and that sort of thing is not done in a 2-year relationship. It's those things are built over years. So you know, and it takes a lot of work on yourself and building that trust in that person.
Exactly.
So I would say I'm getting there. We're getting there. And
and also, you know what? That's quite big of you, Nikki, because I think what scares a lot of women, especially when you're independent women, is the word leadership. It doesn't mean to control you. Doesn't mean to be a dictator. It just means a man who you can trust is going to make you feel secure. He's going to build you. He's going to love you, cherish you, nurture you. You see now. All too often, listen. Back in the day, I wasn't this guy I am now. We used to say things that we want to hear. As long as I'm better than your ex, I'm good. And also, women are quick to say, "Oh, he used to do this," and I'm listening, thinking, "Okay, as long as I'm better than that, I'm good."
Yeah.
You see now. It's all about, and I know sometimes you might meet a guy, he let you down. So if I listen to that man, yeah, you're right. Be cautious, be selective. But when you meet the right man, don't scare him away. Because as men get older, we don't want the woman's going to be saying, "Oh, equal rights." No. Because trust me, you pick the right man, he's got you.
Yeah.
You don't have to question that. And don't be scared of the word leadership. All it means is you're secure in the man's decision making. And that word security could either mean financially, physically, emotionally, just means he's got you.
Yeah.
I mean,
that makes sense. But the leadership part of, like, I feel like in my relationship we have to be on the same page. I'm sorry, that is like, you can say your opinion, you can say that you don't like something, and I will take, if I feel like it's something that we need to have a discussion about, I will be like, no, we need to discuss it. But we just need to be on the same page. Like, you can't just be telling me what it is and I'm just like, yes sir, no sir, walking around the house. That's not how I roll. So I get what you mean when you say is protect us, and like I want that. But I don't want you to dictate to me either. That's not how my relationship runs.
Yeah, but that's
but leadership doesn't mean dictatorship.
No, I know. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a narcissist, Shan.
Okay, can I give an analogy here?
Sorry,
I'm gonna put
guys.
my
Can I
teacher hat
just
on
say,
here now.
we've got Jessie waiting in the weight room, so I'm going to admit him as well, so we don't have him waiting in the.
Can I just address a point Shantice made? Because again, it sounds like, incorrectly, the word leadership scares you. Right. Imagine you're at work, you're a manager.
I am.
As a manager, you have certain autonomy in your role. Yeah. But it's still a boss that you're accountable to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you subject to his leadership, don't you? Or her
Yeah,
leadership.
but in my relationship, I don't want to feel like he's my manager.
No, hold on. See, that's the issue here. No. In your role, no matter what level of responsibility that you have, okay, there are people underneath you as well. Remember that. You're managing, you're leading people, but there's somebody you're still accountable to. It's not in a horrible way. Just means that person has delegated an amount of responsibility to you and trust that you will do it properly and be competent in that role.
I get it. I mean, I get it.
I
just feel like I've been there, and you definitely have to feel safe and secure in that relationship. And he has to create as well a kind of safety net and security for you to be able to, especially if you're a woman. Like, I feel like I've been independent my whole life, relationship or not, but not because I've necessarily wanted to be, but because I've had to be. And, you know, I've had that complaint, you're not thinking, but you've not made me feel secure, or you've not made me, I can't follow your chaotic leadership. Are you mad? So it's like,
I don't think that's unrealistic as well.
And then at the same time, then I realized, like I said, when you go through a breakup and stuff like that, and it humbles you, and you think about a lot of things, no one forced me to stay in that relationship. So if I'm in a relationship where I didn't feel safe, he didn't make me feel like that, I didn't feel like I could submit to that, then who told me to stay in that? But it's only as I've come out of it that I get it, that I've kind of thing. And I do think as well, there's a thin line between leadership and dictatorship. So you kind of know when someone's leading in a kind of, you know, in a good way, or if they're kind of trying to dictate and control in a bad way, you'll kind of know. But you have to feel, I do think to what Ollie's talking about, it's great and it sounds ideal, but you really do, especially if you've been independent for so long. I was a young mum, so I've been independent since I was 17, and I've had to do everything on my own, and I just feel like it's very hard for me to let go of the reins, because I've had to have me and her from I was a child.
But Natalie, look how great it would be if you met a man who understood this and said, "No, baby, I've got you."
I think I would have to see it.
Yeah.
I'd have to see it, because I think people talk as well. And
obviously, you know, the man who can back his action. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you have, that's what I said.
Know.
You have to feel it,
guys. Let's welcome Jessie.
So
welcome,
hi, Jess.
Jessie. We need more numbers. Well done. We need more numbers.
Wait, where's he gone?
Where's he gone?
Jessie, why are you hiding your face?
Hi.
Hello. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
I can't hear you.
You're on mute, Jess.
Jessie is fully just not unmuting it. It's just
unmute your phone, Jess. He was running up his mouth in the comments. We're gonna put you back in the weight room. Oh, it's connected.
It's connected.
There you go. It's connecting. You didn't press the button.
You there?
No.
Jessie, come on.
I'm gonna fill my glass.
I'll put you in the weight room and then you come back.
I'm gonna fill my glass.
I think he's coming on.
Can you hear me now?
Well done. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hello, welcome. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Oya see.
Hello.
Yes, me there upon the conversation. Me there upon the conversation.
You've got to turn down your
to everything
background.
you guys are seeing. Yes.
I think we got feedback.
You got feedback, Jessie.
Wait. Is a feedback gone now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello and welcome.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you for having me here on No Bravado.
Okay. What did you want to say about the reason why women are single?
Listen, sometimes you guys have to just like not settle for what you think you're worth, settle for above.
Okay.
That would make us
You know,
even
like
more
with me,
single.
Yeah, like with me, I could go somewhere and meet Beyonce and I'll think I'm on her level. But you might not think I'm on her level because, oh, I work for the council or whatever. She's a superstar. But sometimes you have to aim above. And I think with women don't actually do that. They aim for where they think their, I wouldn't even say where their pay scheme goes, but where they think they can go to is like where you meet a guy there, he'll tell you some rubbish and you'll be like, oh, yeah, I've met a nice guy. But sometimes go to the places where you wouldn't really go to. Go to the Shard for one day. See who you might meet at the Shard. Who might find you attractive there.
Right.
Go to, I usually go to, when the embassy does stuff, like diplomatic events, I go there. I don't tell people what I do. At the end of the day, the money that I earn, yeah, you wouldn't tell if I earn it from Tesco or whether I earn it from Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan or whether I earn it from bloody Burger King. You don't know. It's how you see me. How you see me, how attractive you feel. Like right now, I've come here with this stupid thing on my head.
Your bonnet.
Yeah, you don't know what I look like underneath it. You know what I'm saying? I look like an idiot. I look an idiot right now, but at the end of the day, it's what I'm showing you. Do you know what I'm saying? So sometimes never settle, like there was an advert back in the day, was it never settle for more, less than more, more than less? Remember the advert back in the day?
No.
Nah.
I don't remember that.
Never settle for less than more than. It was I think it was a very liquid advert.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds Tesco-y, but it could be
Yeah,
very
it was something like that. I think it was Tesco.
Was it Tesco's?
Yeah.
So basically
And the
come
guy
out your comfort zone.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think a lot of women are scared to come out their comfort zone. I think men as well. And I'm like, I can only judge by me. If I was single 10 years ago, and I wouldn't even dream of going up and speaking to a guy and just like asking him for his number. I just like, and I physically feel like I've been with my partner 10 years, but even like 10 years on, I still feel like that would be, I just wouldn't do it. I would never.
What is your comfort zone though? But nobody knows what the comfort zone
right
is.
over here. If you like me, come and talk to me. That's my comfort zone. This is it.
Yeah.
Just that's it. And I'll be very nice when you come and approach me. Like, I won't be rude about it, but just I'm not stepping out of that. I'm not gonna come. I don't care whether we're giving each other the eye all night. You know, we've got a little night. It's not. You know, it's not happening.
Sometimes, you know what is. Can I interrupt you? What's your name?
Shanice.
Are you Shanice?
Yes, I am.
Shanice, okay. I have some friends here, and like the only beef I have with them is that they never come out of their comfort zone. Because sometimes your comfort zone could be too comfortable that when you come out of it, you become lost. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like you can, you know how they always say the grass is greener, always greener on the other side.
Yeah.
So certain times you might see some place and be like, oh, I'd love to go there. And you get there and you're like, oh, it's not really that good there, or it's not that scary. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So sometimes you think that if I come out of my comfort zone, I'll be scared or I'm not going to be comfortable on the other side. But sometimes...
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
but I feel like with me, like I'm funny about talking in public. Like in my job, I have to sometimes just get on a Teams call and talk to people that I haven't, I haven't even met before. But I have to get on and do it. Like even something like this is me pushing myself out of my comfort zone. I don't do things like this. But I feel like things like that I can do that, but it's just in a relationship sort of way. I just don't feel like it should be the girl's responsibility to come over, and I don't know. I don't feel like I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it myself. I'm just speaking for myself. Because there's friends of mine that will gladly just walk over if they like a guy. And I admire their, what's the word?
Confidence.
Confident.
I just couldn't think of anything worse than doing that. And I know that probably a guy would probably like that, and it would probably sort of throw him a little bit, but I reckon he would probably find that quite attractive. But I just wouldn't dream of it. And I wouldn't advise my friends to do it either, because if it went left, like, if it went the other way, I just don't know. I couldn't deal with the embarrassment as much as them.
I'm with her.
Yeah.
Can I say something? I've just, for the first time, come with this. This feels like a whole, like, environment of loose women. And I've come here for the first time in a pink t-shirt.
Loose women, you know.
Yeah, I'm out of my comfort zone right now.
Yeah.
First, I came with a you know them put in the head and like
the bonnet.
But like,
Natalie letting up the bonnet.
Always come out of your comfort.
Always
come out of your comfort zone, to be honest with you, because the more you do it, the more comfortable you get. Like, I was a very shy guy when I was in school, like very shy, and then I started like mixing around with different people, going different places, and I realized that everybody's the same. Like, you know, they always say loneliness is a crowded room. Do you know what they mean by that?
No, what does that mean? I haven't
So
heard
loneliness is a crowded room. Like, certain people always feel like they have to be somewhere with people.
Yeah,
and they feel more comfortable. But certain times you could be in a room where there's a lot of people and you feel really uncomfortable. So certain times feel comfortable in your own surroundings rather than thinking, oh, if I step out of my comfort zone, I'll be, you know, I won't feel comfortable. Like, you know, you won't just never think that. Because remember, you came here alone, you go away alone.
Precisely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
It's so very true.
Yeah. Anyway, guys,
they're scared of judgment. They're scared of what people will see you.
Forget about that.
And being judged, you know. Not everyone wants to put themselves out there to be judged. It's not a nice, you know. Look at Noel. I know I'm touching back on that subject, but Noel, like, he's out there because you know, he's basically, people know him. Now everyone's out here judging him, making up, and we don't even know what the verdict's going to be, but we're judging him now because he's put himself on a platform for himself to be judged.
Boy, to be honest,
can I just add to this? Sorry, it was quite interesting just watching the evolution of Jessie coming online.
Yeah,
not showing himself, the bonnet. Now he's sitting there confidently. That just attests to the way men are built. Yeah, because he's probably thinking, you know what? What's the worst can happen? You see now, and that's what I'm saying. In terms of, like, that guy in that short space of time has demonstrated, you know what, he can embrace different, what's the worst he can do? And that's what I'm talking about. That little show there just showed the kind of man he is in terms of his leadership. He's not afraid to challenge himself.
Yeah, that's true.
Now.
It's true.
In that short space of time, look how he's matured. Not in a juvenile way, but in terms
I was about to say, like, what are you saying? Is that
no, that's what I'm qualifying it. In terms of the way you come across and presenting yourself, you know, there you go.
Yeah,
we know.
But okay, I've got Gary After Dark Allen here, who has said, but why should the man do all the chasing when the man has more of a choice out of 10 women? A man can meet 9 good ones, but out of 10 men, a woman could only meet 1. So why should the man do the chasing when the odds are stacked in his favor? I would say that could be the case, but I'm just not built like that. I don't judge people that do. We don't judge people that do, but I could not do it. So if a man's got a choice and he wants to pick the other 9, then go for it. It wasn't meant for me in the first place, and that's why I'm not doing it. Rejection is a motherfucker, and I don't think women are as built for it as sometimes men are. Well, I'm definitely not. It's just not part of my personality in general.
Sorry, Jessie, can you mute yourself if you're talking to someone else in the background?
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I thought I muted it.
Sorry, go on, Natalie.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, because Gary was saying, why should the man do all the chasing when he has a choice out of 10 women to 1 man? And I'm just like, that could be the case, but some women are just not built like that. Like, I'm just not built for it. I'm never going to walk up to a man and say, put your number in my phone or do this. It's just not my personality. And it's not because I think a certain way of myself, because I'm actually not confident in that area at all, which I know that is what it has a lot to do with. But I'm just not built like that. I'm not doing it. And I just think to myself, okay, he has a choice of 10 women. So if he wanted me and he was interested, then he would have come to me. If he's gone for the other 10, then it wasn't meant for me in the first place. That's the other 9, then that's how I kind of see it. But nah, I can't. I think I do salute the women that can do it though. Sometimes I look at people and I think I wish I was a bit more like that, but I'm not.
Yeah. Can I interrupt to explain something to you guys? Okay, I don't know where you guys have worked or what kind of like. I'm a big fan of sightseeing in skyscrapers. Oh. And one thing I've noticed in life, I've worked on the 48th floor of the Canary Wharf building. And for my flat, if I was to like get up now, you can see the Canary Wharf building from my flat. Yeah. But when you're on the Canary Wharf building, what's the likelihood of seeing your own flat from there? It's very unlikely. So the point I'm making is that when people say you're built, certain people are built to see those things in that way. Certain people are not built to see those things in that way. You know, when a guy says, oh, a guy can get like 5 girls out of whatever, a girl's not built that way. No. So there's no harm in you thinking that, oh yeah, I'm not built that way. Or if a guy's thinking, oh, yeah, well, I could get 10 girls. Where are the 10 girls? Why is he still looking? Yeah. Why is he still looking? So it's not everything that somebody says that you should take heed of. Just do what you're doing. Like I said earlier on, you're in your lane, they're in their lane. Whatever makes you happy. I know women that will be referred to. Like I'm from the 90s. Well, I was born in the 80s, but I'm really from the 90s. I was born in an era where they used to call girls, what's the word? Can I use the word, the H word? Can I use it?
Yeah.
No the S word. I really don't like using it. But yeah, those words. But they're doing what they're doing and they're married now. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, oh, yeah, because you do this or because you can, you know, certain girls might need to do that where they need to speak to 5 guys in the club. Certain women don't need to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? But like I said earlier, it depends on your own view of life, on how you see things. Do you get what I'm saying? Like you said, you could approach 10 men. Some people can only approach 1 guy. You know, it's not a race. It's not a rush. It depends on how you see things. That's how I see it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because it's kind of like roles have reversed a little bit, and like Gary was saying, I think there are women that are very much confident to go and speak to men, and there are a lot of guys. Gary's not the only guy that's saying that. Like, we don't have to chase anymore. Women can come and approach us. And I think that's all very well, but then it gets confusing, because if it is that we are meant to submit to the alpha leader, shouldn't the alpha leader come and get us? Right.
Exactly.
Can I answer that question?
Go for it.
Yeah. Right. So it's quite interesting there, because what it sounds like is you have certain expectations in terms of the men pursuing the women. Yeah. You expect a man to chase.
Roles that was thrown in there as part of that.
Yeah.
That the
and I'm also hearing as well. I wouldn't do that. I'll take the L, blah, blah, blah. That just shows you that psychologically, subconsciously, women expect men to take the lead. That's what I'm saying now. Maybe they don't say it.
Me personally,
a good lead.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me just respond. No one's got, well, for me personally, I'll speak for myself. Leadership and your man being a leader is, for me personally, not an issue. But as Natalie and the women have said earlier, it's good leadership. If you are not financially viable because you don't manage your accounts properly, you don't manage your finances properly, how am I meant to trust you to keep a roof over my head? How am I meant to submit to that?
But before we get to that stage, we get there, just the initial approach, you're making judgments all the time. You refine them, you modify them. You might look at a guy and think, I like him, but then the moment the man is not confident enough to move to, you think, he's not ready. And then he comes later, you said, he's too slow, I ain't got time for a man like that. Because subconsciously you're thinking, I can control that man.
Yeah.
You see now?
100%.
Right.
100%. 100%.
I don't know. I don't agree. Yeah, I don't.
You had me until control.
Oh, okay, not control, but that man would be very easy to, how can I put it? Not follow his leadership, not listen to him, not trust him. Because if you're unsure as to approach a woman, women's going to be confident about that. Yeah? A confident man who knows what he wants, is prepared to be rejected.
Yes,
it's a matter of
100%.
course. He also
100%.
says to himself, what about if she says yes?
Right.
You see now. However, women, over my dead body, I'm not going to take the L. And also women, by their very nature, are not competitive. So a woman doesn't want to know she's chasing another man if a woman's got an I am. They don't like that. They want to be made to be feel that I'm number one.
Yeah.
And that is like, yeah.
So you think that's why we're single?
No, it's not even single. It's partially a case of, there's good guys out there, but I'm not the one who thinks he's a good guy. And I can't be bothered to be fighting no woman over that. So there's a bit of ego. There's a bit of ego in there. Yeah.
I would agree.
Ego. There's a bit of insecurity in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because probably you've met that kind of guy before and he got a bag of women. So if it's been there, done, I'm not doing that again. Yeah. There's also the, okay, I like him, but what if I show my hand too quickly?
All of the
You
above.
can't play.
Exactly.
No, but
there's a lot of issues going on at the same time. So I've known women who've liked a guy and walked away because they thought, no. And that could have been your guy. That could have been your soulmate.
But my soulmate will come and get me.
No, he's not going to come and find in your flat if you don't know where you live.
No,
that's where you get it wrong. He doesn't know what you mean.
I'm not saying he's going to come and find me in my flat. I'm not that naive.
I'm joking.
No, I'm not that naive. He's not going to come and find me in my flat. But it's confusing because it's like, okay, you're saying the woman is supposed to submit, but at the same time, I don't see the woman approaching the man and submitting the man. Could we say that?
Yeah.
As being submissive.
No. Okay. But let me try and distinguish it. Some women are confident enough to approach a man and say, "I like you." We say, "Give me a phone number." Yeah.
Right.
And you know what? A lot of guys that can be a turn off because they think, "Oh, you're taking the lead. I'm supposed to move to you."
Yeah.
That's one. But also, as a woman, you would have learned by now the kind of cues to give to a man today, like, I like you. Yeah, you can come up to him safe. A smile doesn't hurt. Like they're frowning. Like the man done you something. So a smile. The body posture. Listen, we've all been in that scenario. You're in a rave. The guy wants to move to you. If you're not feeling him, you give him one look like, like dirty, like don't even bother, don't embarrass yourself. Yeah. However, when you like him, you give him that smile. So he knows subconsciously,
Can I interject?
So there are ways you can give cues to a man to let him know that you don't really come over here. That's what it is.
All right, go on, Jessie, and then I'm going to share the screen.
I was just gonna say, I don't think it would be a turn off for a guy, but I think his approach after that will be completely different.
It will be turn off to some guys.
I said some guys, not some guys. Yeah.
Oh, some guys, yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I've done that a few times in my single days, and I've had both reactions. I was single, girl, so I was out there, and I was the type girl. I was the type that if I saw someone I liked, I'm thinking, he's all right. Oh, yeah, he's all right, and I wouldn't go and talk to him. So, and I've had both approaches where the man's like, right, yeah, come man, let's have a drink, and we vibes and we chat, and we're partying or whatever in a rave or whatever. Yeah. And I've had the other side where I've done it and the guy's like, oh my God, what do you mean? No, literally.
Freaked out.
Fold into himself. So I was like, calm down. It's cool. Okay. And, so I've had both of the responses, but for me, it's not a problem. I don't find it a problem. I'm quite a social, chatty person. So if I like you in that way, that just comes even easier. I'll find something to talk to you about.
When I was younger, my mum told me that she was out with a circle of friends, male and female, And she told me the story when I was about 19. And one woman was pursuing a guy in their circle, and the guy must turn around and said, "Look, woman," in a Bayesian accent, I like to pick my own rice. So
not rice.
Right, I like to pick my own rice.
Damn.
So when she told me that he said that, because she was like, she kept throwing herself at this guy, and my mum's like, I don't think that women should do that, and I guess probably that's where I've got that stance from. So she said, and this is the reason why I don't like to do this, because there she was throwing herself at this man, and the man turned around and said, "Hey, listen, woman, I like to pick my own rice." So I said, "What does he mean by that?" And she was like, "He just means he likes to take charge when doing that kind of thing." So for some men, I mean, that stuck with me, because to me that meant men don't like it then when you approach them.
Yeah, but Tricia, there's
where that train of thought has come from.
Tricia, there's a difference between a woman throwing herself at a man and a woman making cues that it's okay, you can approach me. There's a big difference there.
Yeah.
You see now.
Totally.
It's just the prospect, I think, is just daunting. Very
I'm
daunting. If
definitely
you've never done it before,
girl.
starting to do that at 36, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be a bit of me.
It is daunting. It is daunting. But I was a big fan of, remember the turnaround dances at college? Whoa.
Yeah, you were saying that on the last live. Yeah.
I was on there, mate. And the ones that had prizes as well. Jeez. I was knocking them off, like, honestly. Yeah, mate.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Nick or Natalie, would you read out the comments?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. All right, so read out those ones.
Okay.
Can you see them?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Shall I start, Nat?
Yeah, go for it.
So it says, Jess Simmons says, "I guess being a good woman, in inverted commas, is subjective. You're only good, in inverted commas, for someone if you find the person that sees it in you. It relies on you seeking out someone who will recognize how amazing you are. People spend a long time sticking to a type, in inverted commas, rather than being open to finding that special person." Very interesting.
Very true. I went to school with Jess Simmons.
Okay.
We went to school together. She's always been very insightful from year 7 up. And I kind of wrote a similar comment under this. It's subjective.
Yeah.
It really is, because we really do have different views on what is good
exactly
and what isn't. And I think she's right. We stick to a type rather than being open. I don't have a type, but at the same time, I'm not very open. So I don't specifically have a type, but I'm just not very open at the same time. So I think when you're ready and you're open, then it will find you, or you will find it.
Yeah.
And Natalie, you said, sorry, being a good woman is subjective. Let me pose a question at you. Do you think being an attractive woman is subjective?
Of course.
Can you say that again?
Being an attractive
the word
woman,
attractive is subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not going to be attractive as well
To
to
everyone.
everybody. And not everyone's going to be attracted to you. And sometimes even your spirit, people are not going to be attracted to your spirit as well as your look. So sometimes your spirit can put someone off your face or your whole look before they even think it. So I do think beauty is just definitely skin deep, man, and it's subjective. So it's relative, literally relative. Some people are going to like you. Some people are not going to be able to stand the sight of your face. You're going to make them want to vomit.
Yeah.
Vomit.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Michelle, our admin, let's all say hi to Michelle. Hey, Michelle.
Hi,
She does producing, and she makes comments and so on and so forth. She says, as society changes, I suppose what is described as a good woman changes, and we live in a very instant and throwaway society. DJ Armin has said, because the good men ain't good enough in some aspects. For example, kind-hearted, great personality, but supposedly not good looking or good looking but not financially stable, I don't know, just a fawn. So, you know, what he's saying is sometimes if you're kind-hearted but you're not financially stable, then that kind of means, yeah. So you agree with that, Olive?
I'm glad we came to that point. Yeah. I'm glad we came to that point. Yeah.
Okay. Dan or any of you read out the rest?
Do you want me to go?
I think many people's values have changed. We now live in a throwaway culture where things that are acceptable and tolerated that wouldn't have been years ago. She came out of a relationship spanning 30 years, and dating game was a minefield. She has standards, and while she's prepared to compromise, she's not going to settle for less than she deserves. This is why she's single. Can't speak for any other women. What do you guys think about that?
I hear her.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, agree.
100%.
I hear her.
100%.
Well, to be honest with you, she's talking 30 years. Things have changed in the last 10 years.
Thank you.
In the last 10 years, things have changed. So if we're going back 30 years, then I think we might need we might need more people on the panel to discuss that. If I'm honest, because I can only talk from like 2005, which is like 16 years ago.
Okay.
How old are you?
I like the comment before that.
I'm 23.
No, you're not.
The lies.
Get out of there.
Just a no.
Oh,
I like the
Latif?
comment. I like the comment before that. What Latif says, where it says, "I think many good women are taken. This is the I think many good women are taken is the misconception nowadays with the way a lot of women, not all in capital letters, in the modern era are narcissistic, feminist, combative, masculine, and non-cooperative. Good women are rare and would get snapped up instantly by men." There's some truth in exactly, and the same goes for men. They're the ones that, you know, not all, a lot of them that are not in relationships is because you're a bag of shit.
Say that again.
I said for a lot of people, the reason why they're not in relationships is because they're a bag of shit, men and women. There's some great ones out there and they're not snapped up, but the ones there's a reason why some of the ones are not snapped up is because you're just not.
No, what about the ones that have been treated like a bag of shit?
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. You know what I mean?
So
it's unfortunate, but it doesn't mean that. But again, that's why you come out of a relationship, especially a long-term relationship, you need to take the time to reflect, get to know yourself, and then get back on, you know, so to speak, metaphorical terms.
Okay, let me give you an example. I'll give you a quick example. You might agree or not agree. A woman meets a guy, falls in love with her, loves with him, has a child with them. He treats her like rubbish. She meets another guy, has a child with him. Then he turns out to be, what do you do? Do you blame the woman for bad choices, or do you blame the men that treated her badly?
I blame her. I would blame her for doing. All right, I would kind of say that if you're with a man and it doesn't work and you have a child and whatever, why would you then go and do exactly the same thing again?
No, but everybody, like in Africa, there's a saying, after the election, the campaign stops. Yeah?
You've got some great sayings, Jessie, but I don't know nothing about what that means.
So basically, once you've got the girl, you start acting all good.
Exactly.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So it might be too late. By the time you realise it's a bit too late, and then where do you go from there? Because now the third guy that comes to you is going to be thinking, you got two guys who are fathers of your kids, like, but it might not even be like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
And the narrative is the guy's the bad guy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
As opposed to the woman making poor choices.
That's
Yes,
the point
exactly.
I was making.
That's
That's the point I was getting to, because I don't think, you know, for me, you know, as a person,
and it works both ways. It works both ways.
Yeah.
You know? At what point do we as people take responsibility for our actions?
Definitely.
Okay. I think it really, I don't think it's a blanket or template situation. There are many different situations. So I'm just going to put this out there. I have 3 children. I have my daughter, who I had when I was 17. She's 18 now. And that was we was very young, but we was in a relationship and it was abusive. So obviously I got out of that. 7 years later, I met someone else. We got engaged. We were together for 10 years. We tried to make the relationship work. We've got 2 boys. It didn't work. I tried to make it work. It didn't work. One of my biggest fears was, oh my gosh, I'm not getting into another relationship. I've already got 2 kids, 2 different sets of kids. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
100%.
if you listen to my situation in depth, it's not that.
No.
You get what I'm saying?
Was
so
he
it's
abusive before you had the? Sorry.
No, we was young, so we've known it. We were actually quite like family friends. Our families were friends. We were young and we were friends. Then we got into a long-term relationship. It's after I didn't purposely get pregnant anyway at 17. It was one of the hardest things in my whole life. And he started, I think the people that he was around were displaying what they thought at that age was alpha male qualities. And what I realized was he wasn't comfortable in his own skin. So a few of them started being quite abusive, 2 of them to their girlfriends. There were 2 big incidents. And I noticed a few months after that, he tried to kind of take that kind of bravado and that kind of thingy on. It's like he thought that's what he had
bravado.
to do. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? And he kind of became that, but he wasn't like that when we were young. But it took me a long time to get out of that, not because I liked him, but because it got into a very serious situation. I couldn't actually, I felt like I couldn't get out of it for a long time. It was a very serious situation, and I took myself out of it when I was like, one day, fuck it, let's go. Like, let's roll. If we're gonna roll, if we're gonna die today, we're gonna die today, but I'm not staying in it. And I came out of that. Obviously 7 years later, as I said, I met my ex-partner, my last ex-partner. We completely different type of man, and I still stick to the fact that he's a good man, but relationship wise he's just not, it's not, you know, it didn't work, and he admits he's got a lot to work on. I've probably got things to work on, but it didn't work out. And you can't keep trying to put a band-aid on something. Like, sometimes you got to know. We split up and got back together, because we wanted to make it work, but it didn't work.
Can I be personal with you?
Yeah, sure.
This is a Jessie.
I think I asked you before, yeah, but it's like, at what point did you realize that both of them were not for you? Was it whilst you were having the children, or way after? Because there's a gap. Way after. Like I said, we got engaged. I would never have got engaged and had the children, especially after my daughter's dad, my first child. I was very wary, and obviously what I did do is I carried some of that wariness obviously into the relationship. So I'm not saying I was 100% perfect. No way. Did they already have kids before they met you?
No.
See, so something like that now, like, nobody can put you to the sword that you were wrong or you made mistakes, because like I said, after the election, the campaign stops. Do you get what I'm saying? But where you're in a situation where, like the other day I saw a meme, it was kind of funny, but I didn't really find it funny. There's a meme about somebody, what makes you want to be the 7th baby mother?
But it's not an unreasonable question.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Yeah. It was kind of,
and I've got a damn cheek, because I'm going to keep it 1200 with you. I don't really want to get into something with a guy that's got a load of kids. And people might say, what a fucking cheek, but I don't.
But you haven't got a load of kids.
But you know what I'm saying? People are like, but you've got 2 sets of kids.
I was the opposite. I wanted someone who had kids, because don't come and ask me for no kids.
Yeah,
I married someone. I married someone who didn't have no kids and wanted me to have babies.
So that's
Why is that
basically you
different?
saying that you don't want
Why
kids.
is that different? I had kids. No.
Yeah.
I
But
already
that's
had
you saying.
kids.
That's basically you saying that you don't want kids again, but you want somebody that has kids so that he
No.
doesn't put the
They
pressure on
don't
you.
come pressuring
Yeah,
you for
yeah.
children, right? I think that's right.
Exactly.
So
But
when he
then I
starts
ended up-
when he starts treating you that shit,
Why would he treat me
after
like
a while-
shit?
You both
no,
get kids.
because wait.
No,
When he
wait.
starts misbehaving, and then you're like, oh, I've met the wrong kind of guy. Remember, he's had his kids. He's done what he needs to do.
Yeah, but why would I misbehave? Why would he misbehave? That's the point. I said that I would have. I was looking when I was single. I said I didn't want to be with anyone that didn't have any children. I wanted him to have children because I didn't want no one asking me for children.
Yeah.
So why would that prompt him to misbehave? I'm confused.
Because now he's going to be living, in his eyes, he's going to be living his best life with you because you've already told him that you don't want to settle down with him on that kind of level.
No, but settling down and not having kids is kind of different to me.
That's
We can still settle down. We can still settle down and have a life. But if I don't want to have any more kids, then that's a different. They're two different things. Settling down does not equate to having babies, in my eyes.
And if you met someone that didn't have kids, then
Olu's laughing. Olu, what are you saying?
No, but if you met someone that didn't have kids, you would assume that they would want children, especially if you've got kids. So the next thing you know, they're going to be asking you for children.
Right, and that was a conversation that was had with my husband before we got married because he never had no children and I had 2 children. I had twins already. So that conversation was sorry.
No, go.
Yeah, that was a conversation that was had before we got married, and I turned around and said, "No, I'm not having no kids. How could I, how could that conversation not be had when the man didn't have no children?" So that was a big talking point for us that we had to talk about. So
how long have you guys been married?
My ideal, honestly, and I love my boys to bits, but my ideal would have been he's already got a couple of kids, so we'd have been like, "Nah, babe, it's cool. I've got my kids. We're fine." Right now, I'd be living in Dubai.
Yeah. Olu, thoughts before we move on to the next topic?
I'll pass.
Okay.
Do you know what? This Kerry Knight one is funny. This looks like a meme. She says, because it's hard to find a man who keeps his shit real. And then Dean Ingram says, keep the men out of this and answer the damn question. And then Kerry said, I did.
What I will say, what I will say is quite interesting hearing it from a woman's point of view.
Right.
And it just shows you the duplicity women have in terms of values on what they're willing to accept and what they're not willing to accept. And it just goes back to what I said at the beginning. Where are you in your journey when it comes to relationships? Because we're having relationships, right? Thinking about the outcomes. Right? We're having relationships, having kids, we're thinking about the kids.
True.
Because while we're there having all these relationships and having sex, the kids didn't ask for this,
Yeah.
So when people
100%.
fall apart, what about the kids?
Yeah.
What about the kids? We need to start having conversations about, okay, are we coming together for casual sex with you to getting married or just because it's convenient? Because until we start having this honest discussion with each other, we're going to be repeating the mistakes that our parents made, that grandparents made.
Yeah.
No, but if it's casual sex, then the kids will never be involved.
No. But this was
No,
because times have changed now. I won't
not getting it twisted.
We're just hooking up.
Wait. Let me get this right. You're having casual sex with somebody and you want to meet their kids or you want the kids to meet you.
No, you end up
having kids. Let's be real.
They end up having kids, Jessie.
Yeah, but do you know what? That's
What he said was that if you're having casual sex and you don't meet the kids, that's what I was talking about.
No, but that's
what about the kids?
What did you try?
No, that's not what he's saying at all, Jess.
He's saying that's what you're going to lead on to is having children if you're having casual sex.
Okay.
How many children have been born out of relationships that are not really?
I think that's okay. If you're having a relationship with someone and you at that moment you feel like that it's something that's going to progress into something, it happens. Do you know what I mean? Like if you have a child, I think what we need to be discussing is the fact that you need to be on the same page as regards to if you do fall pregnant or when you have a child, that you're just good parents. Like there's ways of good co-parenting and you could just make it happen regardless of whether you're together or not.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, you just got to be good parents. It is about the kids. Yeah, definitely. It's not about you two no more, but you don't have to be together because you got kids. You just need to be good parents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't do that. They go off and they have other children, and you know, and they're not good parents. But that's when they have to look at themselves. But if you and a person were like kicking it with each other and you end up pregnant, as long as you're good parents to that child should never have to feel like he hasn't got his mum or his dad. Do you know what I mean? Or she hasn't got their mum or their dad.
Yeah.
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 Agreed.
Yeah.
You've muted
Alright,
me,
guys.
Tricia.
Sorry?
You muted me. Am I muted?
Yo, I can hear
No,
you.
we can hear you.
All right. And you know what? I want to say something quite controversial. You didn't just happen to get pregnant. You chose to be pregnant.
Well, not really. I mean, it's science. You're pregnant.
If you listen, when a woman gets pregnant, she chooses where she wants to proceed and have the baby. So that's a choice. See, we need to be honest with each other. It's no bravado. Let's call it by its name. You got pregnant. You found yourself.
I'm 50-50 with you on that. I'm 50-50 with you on that.
Yeah.
So then, Olu, are you saying that contraception is a woman's responsibility?
I know. I didn't say
Whether or
that.
not you're hooking up or not?
Yeah, you've moved. See how you've moved the goalposts.
No,
What I'm saying
asking
is,
you because
no.
You said,
Nikki,
let
let
me get it clear.
Nikki,
Let me get it clear. Let me
what
get it.
I said is this: language like, "Oh, I found myself pregnant." No, you
Yeah.
got pregnant. You decided to have the baby.
But you didn't get pregnant.
Or not.
Stand on top of you and got pregnant.
Yeah.
You didn't get yourself pregnant. It was two people.
Whatever, getting pregnant and having babies, there's a journey there, you know.
Yeah, but it's not only the woman's decision to get an abortion.
I understand what you're saying.
No, just because you got pregnant doesn't mean you have to have kids. There's a difference there.
You got an option. Basically, you got an option. You got an option.
No. I'm not buying that. Just call it by its name. He said, "Oh, I found myself getting pregnant," and no, you got pregnant. You had a decision to make. You decided to have the baby. Just call it by its name. Because until we're honest with each other.
Okay, so you've decided to have the baby, but now what? What's the issue?
Now what? You see now.
What are you pro-abortion or?
You know, all too often we don't even know the partner, and then the woman's pregnant, and depending on how the woman feels, because remember, she's got to make a judgment. Is this guy going to be with me if we decide to keep it, or am I going to raise it on my own? That's a decision. That's a choice.
But are you talking about a one-night stand or
I'm
something?
not. No,
like
I didn't differentiate.
I
just said
you're assuming that they're going to be with you anyway.
I made no assumptions. I said you found yourself in a situation where you are pregnant. One-night stand, relationship doesn't matter. Now you have a decision to make as a woman. Ultimately, having a kid is a woman's decision. Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay, but I think that's just going to be different in different situations. So it's going to be relative to the situation that you're in as well.
I didn't really know you. I didn't really talk to you like that.
If I'm living with my fiance,
we're
pregnant. It wasn't planned. We're pregnant. We're going to go henceforth and have thy children. Because I'm not in the relationship thinking that we're going to end as far as
I understand. I understand Olu's point to a degree because what you're saying basically is, you know, the woman doesn't just find herself pregnant. Obviously, she gets pregnant, but that's why I was asking you the question. So does that mean that is it a woman's responsibility because it's her that's going to get pregnant and ultimately make the decision to have the child or not? Is it her responsibility to use contraception to make sure?
That's a different question.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah. But again, I do also believe that when it comes to having a baby or not, it is also the woman's choice.
It is.
I believe ultimately it's the woman's decision, and I agree with that because.
But what about if Nikki? What about if and Olu? What about if I was like, okay, even if the woman was sitting there, she's like, no, right, we're gonna do it. I don't want to use condom. Even if she didn't want to, it's still your decision now. Whether you want to go in and not use protection. So it's not only that woman's decision, it's your decision now as well, whether you want to have sex with them unprotected and it might end in pregnancy.
Exactly.
Can I just say something there? The world doesn't care about the reasons why. We just think about the outcomes. There's a kid there and you're not married. The world doesn't care about your explanations or your reasons.
Yeah, but
had a kid out of wedlock. That's what they're worried about.
world
Now
don't
let's
need
see what the outcomes.
the man needs to care. Like
No.
the world don't need
The
to.
world
I
doesn't
don't
care.
care
The world
about
doesn't
whether the world cares. I care about whether me and the person I was sleeping with cares. That's all that matters.
Yeah,
Then
and I
what you
do
should be
think
then what you should be telling the guy is, if you want to be having sex with me, yeah,
So that's what you're gonna
be
say. Right
prepared
before
to
you're
marry me
sitting
if
down
I have
to me,
kids.
you've just had a
Simple.
nice night. You've just gone out, enjoyed up yourself. You got home. Everything's getting, put the music on. You set the mood, and then you're gonna be sitting down having that deep conversation before you get down the door. I know what the fuck for that. No.
I do think as well, I know it is the woman's decision ultimately, but I do think there is a conversation that is had between the man and woman that can sometimes determine what happens after that. So if a man's like, nah, later.
100%.
Yeah.
And guys keep saying all sorts of shit when they want to get their dick correct, basically.
I said it already. After the election campaign stops.
Exactly. They just all the shit.
We like Jessie. Welcome, Jessie.
Yeah.
Yes, salute. You give me jokes. All right, I'm going to share my screen so we can move on to the next topic. Yeah.
Cool. Bring it on.
All right, it's working today. So,
hey.
Oh, this was the one.
Yeah. Well, the microaggressions that Black women face.
Right.
So, Natalie, I think this is
1 minute.
I pulled this off of What Next. So,
Right.
do you want to introduce What Next and what was your reasoning behind this campaign?
Okay.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, Nat. I'm just gonna pause for 2 seconds. I've got to go to the toilet.
Yeah, no problem.
Fair enough.
So basically I started an organization over just about a year ago called What Next. What Next is about not just discussing the issues and that we face as a Black community, but having certain things in place so that we can sustain independently and kind of look after ourselves in the most important areas in life as a community, work better together in economics, education, property ownership, health and social care, and healthcare, etc. We look at things. Oh, I can hear some feedback.
Yeah.
Got their phone up.
Who is it?
Yeah.
Jessie.
Is it you, Jessie?
Naughty Jessie.
Sorry.
Jessie, naughty man.
First time I've
Yeah,
been on that diet,
so
I
that's
don't know
what
We're
next.
going to ban you in a minute.
What Next is about. What Next is also about changing the narrative, not just around our history, but about our present and going forward, and doing it unapologetically, working for the Black community. And this is not because we don't like other communities, but my other communities are not my responsibility. That's not where my focus is. That's not where the issue is. Unapologetically, this is for Black people only. And this, this is not ostracizing people because we don't like them. This is because it's something that we need. That's the only explanation I'm giving on it, on why it's for Black people and for the Black community. It's literally about growth. So one of the things we look at, it's called What Next, because I'm sick of us kind of talking about all the issues, because we like to get together and moan, but what next? We know all of these things happen. We know what's been going on for years, but again, what next? So one of the things we do sometimes look at certain things, and certain things that annoy me are the microaggressions, especially I can speak for Black men and women. I am doing one for men, but especially as a Black woman, what we face. I do have a fantastic team. So I used all of the team members, myself, which is the first slide, Jeanette, Liliana, Shamel, and Tricia, and just the different microaggressions that we have heard as Black women. So I made this campaign through What Next. It's just different things that we face. So I put each of our pictures there, and I've put pictures of us just normal. So it's just a normal picture of each of us. But when people look at us, or when people of other races and different things they've said, we get things like this. So for instance, you don't look fully Black. What are you mixed with? Can I touch your hair? Teach me how to dance. I can't see the others because my thing's here. Did you grow up with your dad? And different things like that. For Tricia's one, I've got, can you twerk? You sound so ghetto. Why are you so loud? When I tan, I'm darker than you. What mix are you? You are very intimidating. Do you have a big bum? You're a strong black woman. And I've put these in here because these are usually comments we get before we've even had a chance to open our mouths.
Yeah.
This is literally just from walking by us, and they often get brushed under the carpet. And literally, for the most part, I just don't care, because I really don't care what anyone outside of me thinks, and I'm just keeping it real about us as a race, because we have to control and worry about our own narrative and how we see ourselves. But you do get to the point where you're like, okay, educate yourself. Is that your real hair? You don't sound black. What does black sound like? You look exotic. What is exotic? Where exactly are you from? Why?
East Ham.
Do I ask you if you're a Polish white or a Spanish white or a Canning Town white? No. So why are you asking me where I'm from? Why are you so sensitive? Calm down. You are actually very well spoken. That one winds me up.
Yeah.
Where exactly are you from again? But you have European features. Your hair looks hard to manage. Can I touch your hair? No. Is that your real hair? It's not that deep. Do you like fried chicken? You don't look fully black. You sound so ghetto. So these are just the different things that I use the team's pictures. I used all of our pictures and kind of put that in there. And I got a lot of feedback from a lot of women saying, you know, that they have kind of experienced a lot of these, or the worst one is this, or the worst one is that. So I'd love to hear you guys' experiences as well. Hi.
Jesse's just throwing me off. He's just walking about, doing his thing.
Oh,
Now
don't
he's
kick
back
off
in
then,
bed
lady.
with the
Don't kick
Jamaica
off, yeah?
flag. I love it.
Come on, Ollie.
So no, I was listening to the whole thing. I agree.
So,
You gonna go, Jessie?
Who wants to start?
Nikki, because I know you was
Yeah, because I get this. I get this a lot. I think all of those, apart from the one with the mix, because I don't look mixed at all. No one's ever asked me. No one's ever asked me that. But yeah, I've had the whole, you know, and you know, my name's Nikki, but my government name is Nicola. So I've got quite a white sounding, and my previous name before I was married was very Irish sounding. So, you know, the whole slave masters, my family's from Jamaica, so we had a typical slave master name. So my name sounded very white, you know. I could easily sound not like I'm from, I don't know, you know, I used to speak to people on the phone and people was like, oh, it's you. Yeah, it's me. I get that. Yeah. You know, I used to get that.
Yeah,
Worse when I had locks. Remember, I cut my locks off beginning of last year. So when I had my locks, it was worse. Now I don't get things as, I don't get as the reactions as harsh, as sharply when with my hair like this. But when I had locks, definitely used to get that shocking, oh, you're Nikki O. Yeah, I am. you know. So I've had those, you know, but then I've also not the microaggression things, but you know, I mean, questions I can handle, and I don't mind talking to anyone about my race, my culture, being from Jamaica. I see a flag, Jessie, you know, all of that stuff. But it's the microaggressions is where, you know, we've got to stamp that out, because it's just ridiculous. It's unnecessary, and I will call anybody out if I feel it. If I get a little inch of it, I'm on it. But then I get the relax,
calm down. It's not that deep.
I didn't mean it. I'm not racist, but sorry.
So let's get to the crux of what do you think it is? Do we think it's fair? Because I'm like, okay, I'm 46, turned 46 in last week, and have been experiencing this from I've hit the workplace. So what do we think it actually is? Because if I've been experiencing this for 20 plus years, my mum's been experiencing it. Is it ignorant? Yeah. Is it?
It's just like education as well. They're not educated. They don't know like what it is. They've only known. Yeah, they're just. And sometimes I think it's ignorance as well. It's like they don't want to learn. They don't want to learn. Huh?
Black people didn't just come to this country yesterday, so I'm like, how...
But you know what it
Sometimes
is?
it's ignorance. It is.
It's ignorance and generational preconceived stereotypes.
Yeah.
These are stereotypes that have been passed down from their nan, their granddad, their aunties, they're surrounded by it in their families, and it's all they know. So that's why they come out with it so casually. They don't actually see the problem with what they're saying. I remember a girl at my old workplace said to me, it was in the summer, she said some dumb shit. I'm sorry, like, you're an idiot. But you couldn't even get mad because it's so dumb. And you know, she couldn't help herself. She's not a horrible person, but you say dumb shit. And she was very hot on the race. And she said nearly every single thing of those. You've got European features, but you don't look fully black. You this, but your hair. I remember she put her hand on my hair once, and I was like, girl, I'll beat your ass. Don't do that. So she said to me one day, I had like strappy sandals on in the summer. And she goes, oh my gosh, I can't wear strappy sandals in the summer because I get tan lines, but you don't have to worry about that.
Oh, you dumb.
You know one thing I had at uni one time. So I had one mad thing at uni where we were sitting there. I was the only black guy in our seminar. And then the lecturer.
So go on, Jess.
Yeah,
now,
the lecturer.
Ollie went to say something and then you said
go on, Ollie, go on.
No, finish and then we'll go to Ollie.
Okay. So we're there in our seminar, and he's like, oh, a marketing genius will come up with something like a toothpaste where you can see your teeth in the dark. And he looks over at me in the class and he's like, wouldn't that be good, Jessie? And it's like, whoa, like this was back in 2002, 2003.
No way.
Yeah. And he just said that casually, and everyone was just looking at me like, whoa, like, ain't that a bit deep? I was even talking to somebody about that just the other day.
Yeah.
But, like, going back to what you were saying about, like, you see what it is, when you look at the positions we're in now, it's different to where we were back then. Like, if you walk through Canary Wharf, if you walk through Bishopsgate, if you walk through anywhere in the city, there's way more black people than there were back in the day.
Right.
So those comments, like the other day, a guy was like, "Oh, I didn't know you listened to 80s music."
Why not?
Kool and the Gang, Lionel Richie, like a lot of black people were singing in the 80s. So why would I not be? And even but it's a conception that they have of us that we're like. They literally think we came from the boat, and they don't know that in Africa, even in Africa, we listen to these kind of musics.
They just think we listen to reggae music
and R&B. I get the R&B thing all the time.
And smoke weed.
In Africa, we wear shirts, we do stuff like, mate, like what the hell? You know,
okay,
I always get.
Sorry, go on, Jess. We've got someone waiting in the wait room, so I want to go round and then let that person in.
I think it's quite interesting that to start off with, you call these things microaggressions. Yeah.
You think they're more than microaggressions, or?
I'd go deeper than that. I'd say these are stereotypes, of black women, perpetuated by women themselves. And let me explain that what I talk about this year. Right. You see these things that they're talking about, these characteristics, right? Can you not tell me that when you see one of those things, you can't think of a black one that comes to your head?
When we see one of those stereotypes.
That's the point, that they're always directed at black women.
Right. So it's not that they're microaggressions. There are stereotypes that are being perpetuated by women, and so now it's come to a stage now where black women are labelled by non-black people as these things. So you walk into an environment that, oh, are you mixed race? Why is it a surprise? You see now, because these stereotypes are not said by men, because we know our women. These stereotypes are people outside the black community. So, for example, I walk into an environment, they see my name, you know you're dealing with an African man. I open my mouth, oh.
That's true.
You see now?
Yeah.
So I'm saying that women themselves have to take responsibility for these and say, you know what, I would challenge these stereotypes and show them that, see that, they're not all like that. And it starts off by being things like as simple as just smiling as a woman, smile. How many times you say,
say good morning to you, man?
Oh, no can do, Olu, no can do. Can't be doing that.
That's your choice. But then again, be prepared to be labelled as an angry black woman.
Yeah,
it gets to the point where you don't.
Saying we have to walk around like.
No, I'm not doing
like,
that.
Ronald
I'm not doing
McDonald.
it for them.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is these stereotypes.
Someone said Ronald McDonald.
But you're not moving the time, just sitting there every minute smiling.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna be my normal self. Yeah. The
so
same
your
way
normal self
she
ain't
is.
smile.
No, I was joking about that. But I'm gonna be my normal self. Sometimes I smile, sometimes I don't. Depends what mood I'm in. I'm a human. The same way Karen is her normal self. And if you're gonna label me because I'm being myself and you're not labeling her because she's not being herself, it's at the point now where I don't care what you think of me, you know? Like, I'm not here to try and change. If you can't educate yourself in a world where we're so integrated now, or there's so many black people around you, like if you can't, I'm not here to convince you, because we still have a lot of convincing to do within ourselves. That is my point. Like we've got a lot of work to do within. We need to stop worrying about the narrative and the thingy about these people when we have a lot of internal issues.
To convince us, we're just asking you to smile for us. That's it.
No, the smile is a joke. The smile is a joke.
Deep it's got over a smile, you know.
Yeah, it's like we got to work extra. We got to do that little bit extra. We got to tap dance. We're not tap dancing. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying you got to get to the point where you're just like, you know what? I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm not aggressive. I'm not, especially if you're not. I'm going to be normal the way you're normal. You're not running around tap dancing, smiling. So why do I have to? Because I'm black and there's a stereotype out. That's your business.
But the thing is,
that's for you to deal with. What we need to do is, I think the priority should be with how we deal with each other, how we see each other and ourselves, because that is the root of our problem. And they're only able to get away with that and affect us so deeply because we're so shattered within. We're not very cohesive.
Okay, can I give a good example? When I first came on this chat, I looked like an idiot. I had something on my head.
I thought it was very becoming.
Me.
I thought it was quite nice, actually. I didn't put them on the to be honest.
And I was actually taking a mick. I was taking a mick. But the point I'm trying to make with what I did with that was that that's me as a joker. I'm just a joker. Whether you accept me or you don't accept me, like you don't have, like you're saying, you don't have to smile like Ronald McDonald, like somebody said.
Trisha said
but I'd rather see you at a point where, like, even like this, whether it's you or not, whether you're smiling, I can be like, oh, hey, my sister, how are you doing today?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because in like where I work, I would never call somebody a cleaner.
Yeah.
I would never say, oh, where's the cleaner? Oh, security. I call them by name.
Yeah.
Whatever position I'm at, I'll never call somebody a cleaner or a security guard because they have a name. Same as when I'm back in Africa, I don't call anybody a driver because that's not their name. I call them by their name. Yeah. So if I'm gonna see you and I say, oh, hi sister, and you're smiling, I'm smiling back at you. All it is a hello and a hi thing. I'm not trying to take your number. I'm not trying to, propose to you on, on Moorgate, outside Moorgate Station. I'm just trying to say, Yeah. And that's how life should be because we've all we got. We have.
I've met guys out on the road and they've said to me, hello sister, and you'll smile back. Smile and you'll smile at that point. But if you're just walking down the road with your normal face, why is that
you're gonna be smiling?
You're not gonna just be walking around like Zippy from Rainbow. You're gonna look like
an road like this.
Yeah.
No one does that.
For Zippy. Now you go, what's Zippy done?
Huh?
What's Zippy done? You went for Ronald McDonald, now you go
what
for
I'm
Zippy.
saying is, I think my point is, why do we have to, it's not even about the smiling is just a joke thing. But it's just, I think the point is, why do we have to do the most, or why do we have to do it? No, but I'm saying we do though. That is what is expected of us in order to change.
Expected,
Is this the same way? I would walk behind a white person at 12 a.m. going to a cash point or walking because I know they're expecting me to rob them. You get me? So I've got to know, seriously, this is what I'm saying.
It's so
We're
true.
living,
You just
no, this is what I'm saying, that we're going through what you guys are going through as
Yeah.
well. Because
Yeah.
if I was walking on the road at 1 a.m. behind
Yeah.
a white woman, she's gonna start increasing her pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
And
do you
then
know what? I'm in the middle of making a guy's
It
one.
could be 11 o'clock in the morning.
exactly.
They're still
Exactly.
holding their purse tight.
So I've got to be, like the other day, okay, let me tell you a sad story. Yeah, this is a very sad story. Yeah, I was walking home at 4 a.m. in Shoreditch. Yeah, two
Be
white
careful,
girls.
man.
Wait. Let me tell you what happened. Two white girls came running up to me at 4 a.m. in Shoreditch. Yeah. So in my head, I'm thinking these girls are in deep trouble to be walking up to a black man, 6'3", at 4 a.m. in Shoreditch. Something's wrong. Yeah. Now me, personally, I should have been thinking, oh, what's wrong? Yeah. But I'm thinking, who the hell's following them for them to be following me?
You know that, innit?
Do you get me? So certain times when we're saying, oh, this is small for us, we're not saying, oh, you got to run around like Zippy or, Barney or anyone like that. Just do it for us.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The smile thing is a joke. If I see anybody, male or female, and they've got smiling, I'm smiling back. I'm not going to be like looking down. It's not how we are.
Yeah.
I don't just walk around like that. But,
I'm gonna smile back. Can I say something?
Yeah.
There was in my younger days I worked for East Thames, and I had this supervisor that always used to give me a rough time. Yeah, always. And then one time someone was
I'm just so nosy. I'm like, why?
Someone said why?
I didn't get it either. Yeah. So she just gave me a rough time. I was, a bit rough around the edges, but she just seemed to be always on me. And then one time we went out and someone was leaving, and we went out for this person's leaving do. And she got drunk.
Sure went a date.
Huh?
You sure went a date?
Did she want a date?
You sure it weren't a date, you said?
No. She was an older white woman. No. So, so she got a bit tipsy, and a little later on she said to me, the reason that she has an issue with me is because I'm young, I'm black, I speak the Queen's English perfectly, and I look her in her eye when I'm doing it. And she had an issue with that. And she told me that after a couple of drinks. But you know what? I respected her honesty. And I guess because I was younger, I didn't handle it in the way in which I would have handled it now. All these years that you had an issue with me because I'm intelligent, black, and confident.
Yeah. And young.
Yeah, and I was younger. So intelligent, black, and confidence, it doesn't compute. It makes you uncomfortable.
They'd rather you stay in your lane. Yeah.
Therefore, I'm going to give you an issue, or I'm going to put these things on you. And to a degree, Olu said that it's microaggressions put on by other women, but I've heard men say stereotyping exactly the same way. So
you get men trying to chat you up, saying you're pretty for a black girl.
Oh,
and you're like, is that how you're opening up the thing?
I heard that since 1992.
Yeah.
Still happens.
Still happens.
I've shown people my website for Diva Choice, and the woman said to me, "Oh, you work for the person who owns this website?" And I was like, "No, it's my website." So, you know what I mean?
It's a liberty, isn't it? Proper.
Happens. So picking Olive back up, I to a degree I hear what you're saying, but I think it's much wider spread than women just placing it on women. I think that it is the same way there's a deep-rooted fear of black men, there's a deep-rooted fear of black women, and I think they come for our king's mercilessness, and we're next. So it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, but picking up on what you said, black men have got issues anyway, yeah? But the thing is, you don't do yourselves any favour when you're not supporting the black man.
Exactly. We have to
What
start.
about when you're not supporting the black women? It's vice
Oh, we
versa.
support you guys. We
I'm
support
gonna
you
ask you
guys.
Get out of here.
We're
There's
not
an
going
issue.
in.
As a black
There's an
woman, we
issue.
We
always
support
support.
you
Come on, man.
guys.
It's just
Come
I'm
on,
gonna
man.
order because the people that are watching can't hear. If I can't
Sorry.
hear you, or everyone's not gonna hear you. So
Yeah.
in order,
Oh,
go on.
you.
Fidel, put your camera on, man.
Yeah, allow that thingy, man.
I sometimes think that the women, like, I feel like black women will always support black men, but I sometimes think that black men don't support black women. There's a lot of times where black
Nope.
men, I've even witnessed it, have said that they don't go out with black women because they feel like they're rude. They're rude. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like they don't support black women, and that in you know in the end what makes us.
I agree with
Shantice, can I say something?
Yeah.
Shantice, is it Shantice or Shantice?
No, Shantice.
Okay, Shantice, can I say something? Okay,
Yeah.
let me give you a great example. Yeah, I've gone to a club in, let's say, Canterbury, Kent. I'm not talking about Cambridge, Wales, Canterbury, Kent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
You're already in the wrong area, but yeah, go
exactly. Now, I see a black sister there. Yeah.
Mm.
You know straight away that black sister ain't coming there for brothers. Yeah.
on. No, man.
Wait,
That's rubbish.
Can I digress? Can I land, please? Can I land? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. She's thinking in her head, I'm not there for her.
Mm.
Do you get me? And this is the problem that we as brothers and sisters have in the workplace, especially those that work in certain places. Yeah.
Mm.
We see you girls there, and we know straight away that whatever you're doing there, like, you wouldn't even come and say, oh, hey, bro, like, what's good? You know, you're there in your corner, I'm there in my corner. Like, you're waiting for me to make the first move. And when I do make the first move, I feel like an idiot. But then you guys will say, us black brothers don't support you sisters. We love you. That's what. Come on.
Sorry.
You can't talk to
Sorry,
them.
Jessie.
They don't. Some of them don't. Trust me. I was growing up. I grew up in Dagenham. All right. So I'm originally from. Sorry, Nick, because I know you want to talk. But I'm originally from West London. Yeah. All my family live in West. I moved to Dagenham, like, with my mum, like, when I was really young. So I had to sort of like adapt to sort of just an area where it's just white people. Like, that is just what it was. My neighbours was white, the whole street was white. I had to adapt to that. And for me, I feel like what is my point? Where am I going with this? No, I literally, it's literally got out my head. But I came in the area where I had to sort of basically not necessarily change who I was, but I've got to adapt to the situation. Like, I'm black in a white area. They don't like me for just for my colour of my skin. I've got to go to school and I'm getting abused by my neighbours. Sometimes my neighbours, I'll be in my garden playing, they'll be abusing me for the colour of my skin in my garden. So it was a completely different sort of situation for me to sort of grow up in, and I had to sort of adapt to it.
Yeah.
Hard. Like,
let's go to Olu, then we'll go to Nikki, and then go to Olu, and then we move on.
I just think that, you know, we haven't got the support. Black women have not had the support.
I disagree. I disagree 100%.
I'm going to disagree because you're a black man.
All right.
So
Jessie, let her land, and then
you're going to disagree.
Okay.
But
I'll let her
from
land.
what I've seen, and this is like from my family to across the generations, across the world, in America, in England, in everywhere, women, first of all, have been just left. Black women have literally been left and stepped on by their own black men.
Which black men?
I'm not talking individually, because I'm not saying Jessie or Olu or Fidel.
I know, but you're saying black men in general.
Men that are like that.
Like when you lot said black women in general.
And we have suffered the most out of all. Because like talking about having kids before, who's the one at home looking after the kids? Who's the one that has to deal with the main caring of children and the family, whether you are married together or not.
Mhm.
So I'm not saying I know some wonderful black men, and my husband is one of them. But
Yeah.
as a whole, black men have not been there to hold up their black sisterings, and that's me. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
In general.
So let's
Okay,
fight
let's
in
use
order.
stats. Let's use statistics. 78% of black men in London. I'm talking about London. 78% of black men in London are with black women.
What's that mean?
Where's that stat from?
Exactly. Where have you got that number from?
What does
Jessie?
that mean? That doesn't mean nothing.
No,
And
I
how are
made
they
that-
treating
I just
those
made
women?
that up. I made that
Oh,
up.
Jessie, bah.
Put the thing back on your head, Jessie. Sit down.
No, I can see all the pictures. I can see all the I can see all the
Back on
videos.
your
I can
head.
see nobody's got statistics in front of them. So I thought I'd just put that in there.
Yeah, yeah.
I will just say that I think it's what you've seen in it. Like
It's what you've
I've
grown
seen
up
some
with,
black
yeah.
men support women, but I just haven't seen it enough.
No.
I haven't seen it enough. I know there's not a lot of trust there as well. So we can put it like that. So sometimes if we don't see black women supporting black men, I know that between the sexes, let's say that, between the sexes, there's just not a lot of trust anymore between black men and black women upholding their end of the bargain, backing each other, being near each other and doing what we're supposed to do for each other. I think that is fair to say.
And that has been lost over the generations, because you see my grandparents, when my left my granddad in Jamaica with the children and came to this country pregnant with another child, then had a child by herself and worked on the underground to get her family here. Meanwhile, he, knowing that he was there with his little woman in Jamaica, knowing that she was there getting her little inches, them scratch or whatever, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, they were there for each other because they knew they had a plan, they had a goal, and their goal was to come to England. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I mean with backing, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was able to leave her husband in a completely different country, however many years ago, and feel safe that he was looking after those children and that he was going to come and join her in a few years time, you know. And it took a few years. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It took a few years. So
They don't have that now.
no,
You don't have that kind of support and that backing now.
No, not at
See,
all.
Olu, I can feel Olu's energy.
What's Olu saying, man? What's he saying?
Olu's gonna Hulk out of that shirt in a minute, boy.
Yeah, come on, Olu. What's your thoughts on this?
It's you know what? Just watching this now just typifies the way black women operate with black men. Yeah, I've just been watching. The man tries to talk to women. I'm like, look, hold on, let the man land.
Oh, excuse me.
Agreeable. Now hold on, let me finish.
So
when you're talking, I just back and let you speak. Yeah, we are the only community where there's a biggest chasm in terms of relationship between men and females. Look at the Asian community; they're more united. Any other community, African community, you're united. But see, black men and women in this country, you're always trying to compete with each other. I'm telling you, as a black man, some of those stereotypes hold true for black women. If you're going to do something about it, don't argue with a black man. Challenge yourselves.
Ooh.
Challenge yourselves. Because let me give you an example. Back in the day, a black man in an office was considered aggressive. Yeah. Had to learn, you know what? The way you move or code switch in certain environments, you need to tone that thing down.
Yeah.
We've learned that as black men. Women haven't learned that. And for me to hear that, oh, you don't back our men, da, 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 da. Imagine that. If other communities are hearing that, thinking, look, they can't even agree amongst themselves. And this is the issue.
Exactly.
But this is why we're having the conversation.
Look, Jessie is saying to you,
he's saying to you, Olu, you're saying that you agree with that sometimes that black women don't portray themselves as
we don't portray ourselves correctly.
Correctly.
What I'm saying, if you don't like the label, change the outfit.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
But that. So
how do we do that? How do we do that?
If you're not necessarily, but the microaggression is coming from you not wearing that outfit in the first place. They're saying it to you just by looking at you before. That's what the thing is. The label, that's the point. That was the whole point of that, of just being stereotyped before you've even opened your left eye and fixed your mouth to say anything. And that's what the point of that is. You're just immediately, as a black, and that's why I chose those pictures. All those pictures of us were soft pictures of us. We look like nothing that was said in those microaggressions, yet you're still going to get those just because you're a black woman. I'm actually in the middle of doing one for black men at the moment. I just haven't finished it.
Okay, let me address them, right? You're correct. However, to call them microaggressions, no, I just say these are people's insecurities about what they're seeing in front of them. Their eyes and their head can't compute.
Too much of a long title.
They can't compute. So they see you and they're thinking, how come she's so feminine? How come she's so articulate?
Right.
How come she's so beautiful? And they can't compute. But what we need to do, especially black women, to change the narrative is say to them, you know what? We're not all like that. And that comes from you changing your behaviors. Because if I'm saying as a black man, some of those things, I say, yeah, typical black woman. If I'm saying as a black man, imagine what someone who's non-black is thinking.
Yeah, but what,
To be honest with you,
Olu, okay, one question, Olu. If you just, everything you just said, and then you said that you believe that black men have black women, and are for black women, and you just yourself said that you said that you looked at a black woman and said, yeah, typical black women. So how is that? How are we fighting against our own black?
No. What I said, no, Mickey, don't misquote me. What I said,
I'm trying to clear it up.
What I said is some of those things you termed as microaggressions. As a black man, when I see them, I think I can identify black women who meet those stereotypes. Right, stereotypes are based on your fears of what you don't know, or it's based on anecdotal evidence. Oh, I know a black man, he did that. Yeah, so you think all of them are like that. We're not all like that.
I understand I get what you're saying.
And to be honest with you guys, I actually just read the stuff. I didn't look at the pictures for a reason. Yeah, looking at the pictures will give me that kind of sense of thingy that, okay, this is the kind of image that they want to portray and what they're actually saying. I want to look at what they're saying and just agree with that, rather than look at the images and then say that, okay, this is what our black women are supposed to look like, feminine, whatever, aggressive. At the end of the day, I grew up with a black grandmother, black mother. Yeah, my image of black women is always going to be the same. Whether people like it or not, whether they're fair skin, dark skin, that's how I grew up. Yeah. So you guys saying that, oh yeah, the way we see black women, that they've got to be smiley. Somebody says zippy, somebody said Ronald McDonald. No, you don't have to be like that all the time. No. But if I'm walking on the street one-on-one and I see you and I say, hey, good morning, my sister, and you just walk past me, how am I gonna feel?
I don't think that's a black thing. I think that's England.
It's not a black thing, because back in Ghana, where I come from, ignore the Jamaican flag behind me, but where I come from in Ghana, you see somebody in the morning, oh, good morning. Hey, good morning, sir. Hey,
that's not what this country is, though.
No, this country is not.
It's not that. My nan does it. My nan does it. She walks around saying hello to people.
We grew up here. Listen, a dog born in a barn is not a horse. It's still a dog. Yeah? Whether I come from Ghana and I live in London or England, it doesn't matter.
We're not growing up seeing that, though. But that's fine. But if you've grown up here, you're born here, you grew up here, you don't see that. So you get used to just walking down the street.
You get taught by your parents that
to just say hello to strangers. No, you don't. You get taught not to do that.
Yeah.
No.
My mum said when she came here, my mum said when she came here, exactly the culture that you're speaking of, you don't pass elders and you don't say good morning. She came here and she said good morning to someone and they was like, what's so bloody good about the morning? She went in and she said it to her mum. And her mum was like, oh gosh, I forgot to tell you, we don't speak here because they don't like it. They won't answer you. So that was back in the day. I'm not saying it's as bad as it is now as it was back in that time. But half the time, different cultures, you don't know if they want to speak to you or not. To be honest, if they smile and nod or say hello to me,
Exactly.
I'm gonna smile and nod and say hello back.
Absolutely.
But I'm not
So
gonna.
we could start something different then. We could start something different. We could start by ourselves. You know, hello,
Yeah,
good. Like
no,
whenever I see, ever since the stabbings that was going on a few years ago, yeah, and the whole Black Lives Matter thing, when I see a young child walking, I say, yo, bro, is everything all right?
I do that.
Like, you know, are you cool? Are you good? That's
Yeah,
how
I
you
do
do it. That's you start it from that kind of generation. And you teach the next generation that, oh, if I see my next black brother or my next black sister, oh, hi, how are you doing? Is everything okay? Because remember, like, I always use this as an example, might be a rubbish example. You see those kids that go around shooting people in America, yeah? These white kids that go shooting. Maybe all they needed was someone to say, hey, good morning, son. Are you all right? That changes his, you know, perspective of life.
Yeah,
his mindset changes, and then he won't do. There was a guy at my uni that used to walk around like a madman, and every time I saw him, I made it my choice just to say, good morning, bro. I found out his name. His name was called can't even remember anymore, but is like, you know, I found out his name at the time. I said good morning, but then people used to wonder why I was always talking to this loner. I said, to be honest with you, when I look at this guy, and this was back in 2002, yeah, this was just after September the 11th, which happened in 2001. I said, when I look at this guy, he looks like he's capable of shooting up this whole uni for no reason. Do you know what I'm saying? So to me, no, we laugh about it, because I used to laugh about it.
But isn't that a microaggression to a certain stereotype of white people then?
Yes, it is. But here where I'm landing with this now. With that one, you can actually see from what he's doing, walking around, like he's got a backpack in his thing. I don't know what's in that backpack. Yeah. So to me, he's got a gun or something in there, innit? So I'm just like, good morning, bro. How's everything? Now, imagine if these people are doing that to kids in you know, Columbine and all those schools there, maybe we wouldn't have Columbine. Maybe we wouldn't have these shootings that go on all around America. All it takes is for someone to say, good morning. How are you doing? That's it.
Yeah,
That's all it
and
takes.
I agree. I agree. It's definitely something that we could start, that we should, because I'm all about what you can do going forward. I'm just saying why it doesn't happen now. It's just because that's not how
it does happen. You guys just ignore us. It happens a lot.
No, we don't ignore you. If someone says hello to me,
you do.
No, not me. I've never walked past you.
Oh,
yet.
so now it's not you, but before, when you were talking about the thing about
No,
black men,
I mean in
said, not
general.
me.
I don't
It
just
wasn't
no,
me,
but you're
but now
saying
with
to
you,
no,
it's
no,
not
no, 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 because you're talking about just going around talking. I do not go around just going hello, hello, hello. I don't. If someone says hello to me, I'll say hi. You okay? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. You? Yeah, good, cool. Keep it moving. But I'm not going to go up to someone. I'm not going to go up to someone and go hello. And as well, I'm not outgoing.
Why can't you do that? Why can't you do that?
Like that. I'm not like
Of
that.
course you're not like that. I'm not like I wasn't like that. But what life has taught me is that a hello a day can keep the violence away.
They could be like angry at you.
And I'm usually I'm in my car anyway, so it doesn't really happen all the time. And usually I'm on a mission. But if someone says hello to me on the road, I'm never rude to them for no reason. I'm only ever rude to someone if they're being crass or rude. And even then, I won't even be rude. I just will ignore you. I'm not even giving you that attention. But I'm not. But if someone says hello, I'll say hello. But no, I don't. If I see, I'm not gonna lie. If I see a little old black lady, I might say hello. If she's walking past me, she's looking at me. I'll say hello and smile. I'm not gonna lie. A little auntie, little uncle. You know, that's when I will always be like hello. It's just in you. But I walk down the street with my nan. My nan's got no awareness. She don't care about nothing. Little Dominican lady, she walks past everyone. Hello, you okay? Are you doing? People looking at her like she's mad, and then I want to punch them in the face because I'm like, don't look at my nan like that. So it's like you kind of, I don't know. It's weird. You realize where you are. You realize you're like, it's not like that. My nan.
But you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Like little things like that, that little drain of, you know, water will bring a mighty ocean. If we start from now and we start saying hello, hi, then you see the black men will be like, oh yes, my sister. The black women will be like, oh my brother. You know, I'm walking down the street, I see you with a bag. Like even the other day, I saw a woman holding like 5 bags, Luckily, she was from Ghana, where I'm from. So I was like, Auntie, do you need me to help you? Because she was struggling. And I thought, you know what, I can't literally carry the bag from here to her house. So I just got an Uber to her house. And the next minute, it turns out that her son knew me, found out who I was, called me. I was like, yo, bro, what you did for my mum? Was it easy? Even wrote on my if you go on my Facebook page now, you see what he wrote there.
That's nice.
Yeah. On the it was last week Wednesday, so whatever date that was, go on my page so you know I'm not lying and you see that there. But little things like that. Yeah, the Uber was only £6. I'll just spend that on a kebab.
You just
can I just interject? Because it's all right. These are little things that we can do to be more better as a community, and I get that. You know, there's definitely things that I do out of respect for my elders. Our cultures, if you're Caribbean or you're African, they're kind of cross anyway. So it's kind of the same. But what we should be doing as a community is completely different from the microaggressions that we're subjected to, or the aggressions or the stereotypes, whatever you want to call them. So Ollie was saying, as Black women, change the narrative yourself. I'm saying how? How do we do that?
We just said that. We just had the whole.
I'm still not clear because you're saying things about being nice, smiling.
Yeah.
Natalie's saying that we get.
Is that simple?
Natalie's saying, actually, before you even open your mouth, you are placed with certain aggressions. So I get everything that you're saying. Carry the bags for the old ladies. Salute your brother and sister when you see them. But that doesn't stop us being stereotyped by you, our own men, as well as other members of the society.
Have you noticed that we're the ones that don't actually stereotype you?
Okay,
let's jump in there.
Sorry, let Olu respond.
Yeah. When I said, you asked the question, how do we change it? I look at it like this. Every person walking this earth of color has a responsibility to change people's stereotypes or preconceived ideas they have about them. Yeah? Because they already think negatively in most situations. You could be the advocate that changes that for that person. And let me give an example. I was at work one time and two senior leaders were talking, yeah? And then I heard someone says, oh, I see that car. I bet that's a typical Black man car. And the person said, why? She goes, I can tell. That's how they are. They're bossy like that. There's enough cars in the car park, you know, that woman. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. But, okay, so would you say to a degree that's true?
So listen to this now, right?
To a degree, the narrative on Black women is true.
Right.
And some people would say to a degree, a BMW is more important to the Black man than a mortgage.
But what I'm trying to say is this. Yeah, the woman of age, yeah, she doesn't even know who owns the car, but she's like, yeah, black people, that's what cars Black people drive. Yeah.
Are these Black women? Sorry.
Well, no, these are white women.
White women.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to say is this. It comes from their fear, their insecurity. You could be the person who changes the way they see them. Because remember, I come from an era where it was very clear the disparity between Black and white. Because the way we are as a community now, it was even worse. It was African and everything else.
Jamaican,
we weren't even together
Caribbean,
now, in unity, yeah? And I work in an environment where in schools it's very diverse. And I know every time I stand in front of the children, I'm representing how a Black man can be, regardless of what you think of them. You see that? Regardless of what you think, I'm going to show you we're not all what you think. So even if that child thought this about Black people, he's going to think, you know what? They're not all like that, you know?
Yeah.
And what I'm saying, and come back to what you said about the microaggressions, I completely agree they're not fair, but it starts off with just changing the way people perceive you.
Yeah.
Because when it suits them, you see these microaggressions, the white person will use it to recruit you because he knows you carry these characteristics. For example, if you look at the amount of Black people, or Black women, who are employed in areas of customer service, why do you think that is?
Well, if we're that aggressive,
because they know you guys can handle the aggression that they bring.
Thank you. So when it suits them, they tap into it.
I never saw it like that, you know. I never ever saw it like that, bro.
No, let me finish. Yeah, okay. So when it suits them, they would tap into it, and you as women would say, "Oh yeah, you're not even thinking. Hold on, taking liberties there."
Same way they got a lot of black men doing security.
Let me just say, yeah. And let me just say, I've worked in several schools. Whenever it kicks off with children, send the black teacher going to deal with it. Why? Yeah. Aggressive guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Same way, when Obama became president, who did they get on Newsnight? Dizzy Rascal. How does that make sense?
So we've got to change the narrative. Listen, I always say, oh, when you go to the office, oh, you're going to dance. I said, no, black man can dance, you know.
Can you dance?
No black man can dance. No black man can rap.
Can you rap?
No. Wait, here's the joke here. When I was in my private school, yeah, they used to do the
I saw your little live. Sorry.
No, when they get somebody to do it.
You saw it, yeah? But what I'm trying to say is, we have the ability to change it just by very present, just by being there.
Yeah.
And let me finish off on this one. Notice how in the last few years, men sporting beards is seen as the thing to do. Back in the day, a man carrying a beard was seen as someone who was unkept.
Yeah.
Or probably Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
Or
Look
probably a brother who was mentoring the community.
My beard's not even well kept. It's not even well kept right now. It's still got white.
That's what I'm trying to say now. It's a perceptions change, and we can change that. I'd like to speak to the first guy who decided, you know what? I'm not going to shave my beard, and that's going to be the one. I'd like to meet that guy.
I think it was Rick Ross.
No, it was me. It was actually me. I started it first, and then Rick Ross met me.
So we can change perceptions, you know.
Yeah,
we can.
Have you guys noticed? Yeah, you know when it comes to the Christmas wrap.
What?
I don't know if you guys do it, yeah, but when it comes to the Christmas wrap in work, yeah, they always look for like the black. They always say, "Oh, who can do the rap? Who could do the rap?" But you know they've already chosen you, innit?
Yeah.
They've already chosen the black person in the office. You know, you're the African correspondent. When something happens in Africa, they'll be like, "Oh, hi Natalie. You're from Congo, aren't you?" Meanwhile, you're not from Congo.
They're doing the sports day. They're doing sports day, and they're doing teachers versus the kids. Oh, look, you can play basketball. No, I don't play basketball.
That one as well. That one as well.
That one, the stereotypes.
Yeah, and actually, we're Galilee.
So, are you saying, as black men, as well as black women,
and women, yeah,
that what do you do to change those narratives then that you're subjected to?
This is what I do. The negative ones I challenge by the way I model how we are.
Yourself, yeah.
Because you know what? Let's be on. Okay, I'll be honest with you. Some black people are the stereotypes. It is.
Okay. Yeah.
Poor timekeepers.
Yeah.
OC, swag, all of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
However, we own that, don't we? Yeah, that's how we black people time. Yeah, we own that.
Black
the
people
negative ones, we don't like it. Change it. We're the ones that can change the way people perceive us, you know.
If you're not doing it in the first place, sorry, I'm going to keep coming back to this.
Go.
If I'm not doing it in the first place, like, what am I changing? You need to, like, this is what I'm saying. You're just literally assuming that because of the color of my skin. I don't perpetuate any of those things necessarily.
We never said that, Natalie.
No, I know. No, I'm not saying you guys, but I'm saying in a situation where I'm just being me, but me isn't necessarily loud, isn't this, isn't that, or isn't any of the negative stereotypes, and you're still coming with that bullshit. It's like, then what? And that's when I'm like, that's when I'm like, don't care what you think at this point. Don't care. I'm not that. I know I'm not that. And if I haven't perpetuated any of those qualities to you, I'm not going to put an extra pep in my step to show you that I'm not going out of my way, that I am not that. That is not my energy at all. So if you can't read that, that's on you, you know, because I'm not going to do anything extra to show you who I am. I've got enough things to do.
And you know what? That's your right to do that.
Yeah.
However, we live in a society where people are labelled, people are grouped, whether you like or not, it's a society.
Yeah, I agree.
We are the minority in this country, being people of colour.
Okay.
Yeah? And if you don't like how people are labelling you, stop complaining. Because you're not going to change.
Preach on, brother.
Listen, it's not about listen, it's about, okay, this is how they do it, but what I'm saying is, if there's nothing to change, and they are just labeling you because of your color, what am I changing? I'm not going to do circus rounds, and I'm not going to do extra things. I haven't perpetuated, as I said, any of those stereotypes. So we shouldn't have to go the extra mile. We may be the minority. I'm pointing those things out. These are things that we get labeled. And my point was not that, oh, we get labeled that women who are doing that. I'm talking about women who are not like that at all. That was my point. We are labeled that just literally from aesthetic. Yeah.
Natalie, you know what?
These are sometimes from women who are not, this is sometimes from white people that are not even around black people. So you haven't even got the stereotype from being around black people. You've just got the stereotype from the stereotype. So you're literally coming to me, you know, with that nonsense. So my point is, I get what you're saying. You don't have to, there's a label that all black people are angry and aggressive. So no, we shouldn't walk around with steaming ears and a screw face. And I do see a lot of people doing that. I'm not going to lie, but I'm saying I don't do it. So for someone like me, someone like Trish, who is not like that, then it gets to a point where you have to be, what I'm saying is, in those, yes, we get labeled those things, and we get labeled them from the outside, but I feel like the focus should be a lot more on how we present ourselves to each other, how we see ourselves, looking deeply and honestly into ourselves and what we need to work on for us first, before it's about how they look at us. And once we can address those things, then everything else kind of becomes background noise, and we kind of stronger as a unit if we don't address our own issues and be honest about what they are, deal with those. Then that's where the issue is. But worrying about it, sometimes with some of them, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do, they're going to have a problem because they're intimidated by you, and the color of your skin is ignorance. There's a bag of things behind it. So you could jump through hoops. It doesn't matter what you're going to do. They're still going to label you that because you're black, and they can't get it out of their psyche that you can be anything else but those things. So I just think if we worry more, if you have got those issues, then you need to sort it out, not just for them, but for you and as a community, because you can't be a solid community if you've got people running around behaving like that. And you're always going to have people like that, but not all going to be on the same page. So, I just think it's more important for us to kind of, you know, work collectively as a unit, identify our own issues and, you know, work on those, be honest about what our issues are, where they come from, what we need to do to work on them as a people, how we can become more cohesive as a people, male and female. And then, you know, when you present yourself more, you know, as a stronger community within each other, then what happens on the outside, that minority doesn't really matter.
Pre-chance, sister. Pre-chance,
sister. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you are running around behaving like that and extenuating all those stereotypes, then you do kind of you got to change those. They're not cute, but you haven't got to change them just to change it for them. You got to change it for yourself. That's all.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask, why have you guys got the same names?
What's that?
Why, Jessie? Literally,
I've been listening to what she's been saying, but I just thought that you guys have got the same names.
No,
this is our No Bravado account, so we both signed into it.
Oh, okay, I thought you guys were twins or something.
That
do
too.
We look alike? All right, so we kind of rolled into the next topic, which is how do you feel when you're labelled as this angry black woman? So as we've kind of got into that, I just want Nikki, if you could read out or Shan some of these comments here, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
I would like to read what Colette has said. So she said, it's frustrating because even when you're nice, like Natalie's saying, you're labelled as angry and aggressive. And Nick said, I was having that exact conversation with my director. He spoke to me in a way that didn't upset. He spoke to me in a way that didn't upset. But if I had spoken like that, I'd be called aggressive. So I had to highlight him for him. So obviously him, I would say being a white man, I'm assuming this, that he spoke in a specific way, which was fine. But if she'd have said it, she would have been aggressive. And that is what we've just been highlighting. It's just what we go through.
Yeah. Someone called the truth teller said, I think a lot of Black women's problems come from not seeing themselves as women first before being Black.
Oh.
And then Tarisha.
I'm a woman Black.
No, what they're saying is we don't see ourselves as, we see ourselves as Black before we see ourselves as women, before we see ourselves as women.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Good point.
And then,
but in my workplace,
sorry, go on, Shan.
No, in my workplace, or in a workplace sort of scenario, you can't help sometimes but see yourself as that first. You can't act how you would act in front of your family members or cousins or just people that you just know that relate to you because of the color of their skin. You don't act the same way when you're in a work scenario. You just don't act like that. You can't act like that. No matter how much I try to play it down and pretend like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna be myself. No, you can't do that at work. Yeah, especially when you're in sort of roles that are, like in good roles. Basically, you can't really act like that, or in certain situations, you can't.
So basically, when you're in a good role, you can't act like a Black woman.
Not necessarily a good role. That was wrong of me saying. But I mean, like in a.
There's certain roles, corporate roles.
No, but
I mean, like, if you worked in a place where there was majority of people were Black, then you can sort of feel some type of way, like you can feel comfortable to.
So basically, the way we act as Black people isn't good enough for the corporate world.
You can't do that in certain situations or different type of roles. You can't do that. I can't walk around. My role especially, majority of people are white. But I can't walk around saying to them, yo, brother, yo, sister. They'll just look at me like I'm like, what?
But what? Wait. But what if, yeah, in that certain company, there was 9 Black women working there, and you're all at the top. So you mean to tell me still you got to act a certain way?
No, you don't have to act a certain way, but that's what I mean. You adapt to certain situations that you're in. But if you're in,
go on, do it.
Yes, Jessie. I do not act how I act with my people then. Yeah.
No, man, I don't.
I don't do it. Don't do it because you can't do it.
So can I say what you're trying to say is the people in your office are more have more etiquette than the people that you know at home.
It's not about the etiquette.
No, you guys have said this. I want to challenge you on this. I'm going to challenge you on this. Go on, talk.
Yeah, but you need to let me finish what I'm saying. Challenge me.
Seriously,
yeah, okay.
All go around the screen. And
no, I said I want to challenge you after you say what you're saying.
But let me finish before you challenge me. Because what I'm saying is, when I'm with my people, my peoples, I cannot behave how I behave when I'm with my people, chilling with my people, as I do in the office at work. No, that's not going to be done. And that's got nothing to do with me being Black, neither. That's to do with etiquette that you have to have while you're in at work. Right. That's got nothing to do with my colour.
Okay.
That's to do with my professional, how I've got to behave in the office.
Okay. So when you're with your people, would you just slap their bum or just like start talking about what you did? Huh?
No, I wouldn't do
that. Yeah, but that's what they do. Wait. They do that in the corporate world in front of us.
No one does that to me. That's never happened to me.
They do that. Yeah. I've worked in big, listen, they could come up to you and say, oh, Jessie, last night I had they'll tell you they had they got on it. They had some coke, whatever. Yeah. Can you go up to them and say, oh, yesterday I had a talk of weed with my friend? You can't do that because once you do that, they start saying, oh, you're a druggie.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I can't act like my people.
You can't. But the thing is, when you say when you're with your people, and when you're at work, you're putting them on a higher pedestal.
No, I didn't
say
that.
You're not saying that. You're not saying that.
Just giving everybody a chance to float around the screen. Ollie, what's your thoughts before I move on to the next topic?
Okay, it's very interesting because what you're saying, Nikki, is you're code switching. Because what you've learned that you've learned how to behave appropriately in certain situations. So that means you are consciously aware of submitting yourself to different type of leadership. Because you know, if you used to be your authentic self, you lose that job.
People would look at me sideways.
Yeah, because your authentic self is not the person that works.
We lose our job, but they look at us
It
like.
won't be there
I
much
probably
longer.
would,
No,
Shanties.
we know how to play
that.
the game.
It's true. Yeah.
So let's be
But
very
yeah.
clear here. Yeah, we know how to behave appropriately if you think the payoff is worth it.
Right.
Yeah? All I'm saying this is that, and that just testifies that even amongst black men and women, yeah, why can't you be like that all the time with our black men? Just because
What
you've
do you
got
mean? Code switching.
yes, because the thing is, right, you know to behave appropriately because you know it's going to affect your finances.
Right. That's what's happening.
But when you're at home, that black man who may not earn as much as you're going to give him grief.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Grief. Why?
okay. So I'm kind of getting what you're saying, but I don't see it in the same way that you're saying it, because for me, you're right. I'm gonna code switch to make sure that I fit in while I'm in that office from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock to do my
They're
professional.
not fitting, do as you're told. It's not fitting, it's called doing as you're told by your manager.
Yeah, doing as you're told.
Yeah, exactly. Because they
If
pay
you
my
want-
bills.
Exactly.
If you
yeah.
want to get there, if
Okay.
that's if you want to get that kind of with it, then that's
Go.
cool.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna do what I'm told because I want this job, because I want to get paid at the end of
Oh,
the month.
mate.
Yeah? Right. So
Mate.
wait, let me finish. But when I was to see, if I was to see Olu walking down the road, yeah, and Olu tried to chat to me, I'm not gonna act like how I act like in the office, because that's not me. That's what I'm saying. So in order for us to gel, you're going to have to get to know me, not Nikki, the one on the phone. Has to be professional and convey certain sets of information for people to understand. I can do that in a certain way for a man to understand, I suppose, but I'm going to be me doing it. Nikki, not you, like Omar, the personal banker that's come to look after your finances. No, that's not how it is.
And I think
where I see the difference.
And I think it's not just a race thing as well. I think it's just like a code of conduct at work. I know loads of white people, Asian people, teachers that you would never believe how they get down outside of school or working hours. And I think it's just how people behave in general at work. You know, that your workplace has a code of conduct. It's not necessarily appropriate in the grand scheme of things. It's just how you have to conduct yourself in that environment.
Exactly.
And I think that's just not even subject to race. I think that is subject to kind of anybody. I know certain English people, they act a certain way all week in my old corporate place in Mayfair. Soon as that Thursday night, Friday night hits and they hit the pub, I'm like, are these the same people? No, it's not even about not being able to your true black self is not good enough. It's just that there's a time and a place for everything, and then there's people that you're comfortable with as well. I ain't comfortable with work people like that. So I'm not going to be my everything and my thingy. I'm gonna have there's gonna be like a barrier. There's a barrier there, isn't there? And you're just gonna do what your public face, your PR face.
Just to come on to that, one of the comments said, like, when Sharon Osbourne adopts those characteristics, she's not considered aggressive. You know why? Because she's in a position of power. You see now. So the people who have the power put the labels on people, because she can do that because she's in a position of power. But if a black woman were to do that, who was in a position of power, she's labeled as being aggressive, confrontational, defiant. You see now. So we need to be aware of this, because we all know how to behave appropriately. And we all know how to get on getter when we want to.
But you know what, as well, it depends the people that you work with. I as I said before, like, the majority of my team are white, but also sometimes we have like deep, when we was in the office, we had deep conversations, and I feel like with them, even though the majority of them are white, they wanted to learn, so they would say sort of naive stuff, like, and say just throw stuff out there, and you just think, oh, but it will start a debate and it will start a conversation, and then I wouldn't feel, even though I was the minority, I wouldn't feel no way to educate them on what it is. So I'll tell you why my hair is the way it is, or the process of me washing my hair is not the process of you washing your hair and the time that it takes to wash your hair. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they would listen and they would sit there and listen. So I really think as well, it depends on the people that you are surrounding yourself with, or you have around you, because I've worked in places where they weren't even willing to listen to that, but you know what I mean? Like, they will ask that question to pretend that they're thinking, but they're not really interested. But I feel like the ones that I work with now, they are interested, and it opens up a healthy sort of debate. Like me and my manager, like, we're really close, like we get along really well, but we always have a debate about like Meghan and Harry, because she doesn't feel the same way. You know, she's a white lady, but she doesn't feel the same way about Meghan and Harry as I do. Like, so we always have a debate about it, but she doesn't get offended and I don't get offended. Like, we literally have an open debate about it and share our points and views on it. And I think it really depends on how the person receives what you're saying as well. Like, you have to be able to sort of receive it in a good way.
Yeah.
Instead of just receiving it in a defensive way, or being that you have to be able to receive it, because sometimes some things I don't like what she says, I don't like, and I don't agree with what she says. However, I can receive it in a way of like, it's her opinion, and that's it. Like, I can't tell her nothing about her opinion. Do you know what I mean? And she does the same to me, and I feel like we've got that mutual respect. So,
but can I just say something before we move on to the next topic? I mean, earlier on, Olu had said that we have to change the narrative as Black women, and we're basically saying we can't, like, a lot of people in the comments are basically saying that how you act at work has nothing to do with colour, it's all down to professional boundaries. But one of the things that Olu said that stuck in my mind was, you know, we're trying to have a conversation here, and Jessie's just said something, and we all responded with rah, 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 rah. So is that how we are viewed when we're just expressing ourselves?
And that's on camera. So at any moment, someone could say, look, someone could take a clip and say, look how Black people relate to each other, Black man, and just put that, and you'd think, oh my gosh.
What part of that made you think that what, because everyone responded, I guess everyone had, it triggered some sort of an emotion. But how, sorry, can I finish?
Yeah.
How I saw it is like, because I get messages from our producer and she will say, you're all talking over each other, so try and calm that down. But I suppose if a comment comes up that kind of triggers everybody, I think passion can definitely get misconstrued with us being aggressive, and, you know, that the typical Black girl syndrome. So yes, we're on camera and we're all passionate.
But the thing is, Tricia, we played into the narrative, because I was speaking. I wasn't even allowed to finish what I said. Because I thought it's quite interesting here, as people of colour, we can't even agree amongst ourselves, just let people talk.
Yeah.
I didn't finish what I said.
Yeah.
I didn't finish what I said.
Okay, but Nikki didn't finish.
And then even when Jessie came in, you piled on top of him. I'm like, wow.
Do you know how many times I've been cut off? Like, I've been trying to say. I haven't managed to have kind of a full.
Did you say they piled on top of you?
No,
right.
I'm saying we're doing it now.
Yeah, like that.
We're doing it now, Jess. We're going to mute you in a minute, my friend. We're going to get a mute.
We're all viewing things through different eyes. So what you saw is what I've experienced, because that's what I was saying. I was saying something, and I said, same thing, but different eyes, different experiences. Absolutely.
Because when you said that you don't think the Black man supports the Black women, you didn't finish that sentence either. So
I wasn't allowed to.
No, Nikki wasn't allowed.
to.
I'm talking about when Nikki said it.
Yeah.
She said that the Black woman is not supported by the Black man, and to a degree, I agree with that. I think some of the standards that we are held to as Black women, it's just astronomical, and nobody else has to jump. And I was saying the same for Black men, but no one has to jump through the amount of hoops or be held to a certain standard like we do.
Can you give an example, please, of those standards? Give an example of the standards you're referring to.
So I would say things like what you just said. We're not able to have a conversation, but all right. Remember Eunice, Natalie, that we used to work with?
Yes.
There was this lady that we used to work with, and she was an older white lady, and the way in which she spoke to people, I could never. I wouldn't have a job. It's those kinds of things. Or if like, I'm quite a confident person, I'm direct, I'm to the point, and in my area of work, I'm clever. So I find that can intimidate people. So again, where we work in our day job, I was drafted in to come in, and the accounts were in a whole bunch of a mess. 170 grand arrears, they didn't know where it came from or why it had arisen. So they hired me as a troubleshooter to look at that. I was working with the company on a self-employed basis, and there was a gentleman that I had to submit my timesheets to. And I submitted my timesheets on time. It was a Christmas period. And then he was saying to me, oh, we haven't put any provisions in place for you to be paid. So you're going to have to wait until, I think it was like something stupid, like the 15th of January. Meanwhile, we're on the 22nd of December. My bills still need to be paid. I still, you know, my debt collectors are not going to say, oh, well, the person you're contracting for has not paid you, so it's all right. So I just basically said, well, I've done everything on time. And if there was a kind of thing where I needed to put my timesheets in earlier, then that should have been said to me before then. Nothing was aggressive. I just basically said, I would like to be paid because I've worked, it's the festive season, and I can't be expected to wait a month until I get paid. This gentleman then took it upon himself. You know who I'm talking about, Nat? Yeah?
Oh, I know. I knew from early.
He didn't like me. So my director, the director of our department, he's a black man. Again, he's quite, what was the word? I think he's quite down to earth, and he's an enigma. So again, he's very clever, but you could tell he's a little bit, I don't want to say street, but he's not corporate.
He's savvy.
He's not corporate either. He's savvy, he's clever, and he's black. And he intimidates them just by being him. I intimidated this gentleman by saying, I don't think it's reasonable to expect me to wait for a month to be paid. I've worked for the cash. I've done everything that you've asked me to do. So please, can you find a way for me to not have to wait a month over the festive period? Going to my director and saying to my director, there's something about her that I can't put my finger on, but it makes me uncomfortable. So my director would say, well, she copies me into the emails. She's not rude. She wasn't rude on the last. So you need to put your finger on what it is that's making you uncomfortable.
Couldn't do it.
He couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it.
Oh, wow.
What am I supposed to do in that situation? You know, because I remembered speaking to my mum and saying to my mum, like, my spirit, like when I was trying to figure out who I was as a woman and I was quite younger, sometimes you could just walk into a room and intimidate people and you don't even know why.
You don't know,
I remember saying to my mum, you know, I need to tell my angels to calm down because it frightens people. And I just don't feel like I'm accepted because people find you intimidating before you even open your mouth.
Before you open your mouth,
the first time my mum looked disgusted in me, and she was like, you are who you are. You carry yourself with pride and dignity. So long as you're not rude, you do your bits to the best of your ability. You have to stand true in who you are as a woman. But then in doing that, how do you get past someone that says you can't even ask for your money that you've worked for without someone saying, oh, I can't put my finger on it. It makes me uncomfortable. Did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying, Olu. I hear what everyone's saying on the screen, but it still goes back to the, you can say change the narrative, but if, like what Natalie was saying, if there's no narrative to change, me just saying, Massa, can I have my money that I worked for on time? It's going to be what do we do about that? Because it's a lot of that as opposed to me going into the workplace and putting on my stamp CD and rebouncing. No one does that. But I'm very direct. do you know what I mean? Like,
No, it's true. It's
don't
true.
do it. But I'm very direct.
Mhm.
I know my stuff, and I'm
Yeah.
unapologetically
You're good at your job. Yeah.
intelligent in the workplace. That
Mhm.
170 grand that they couldn't find, I've recouped nearly 130 of it. So, but they choked out a thank you because it was me that done it. Black woman that you don't know, only thing you've got on me is that I asked you to pay me my money on time over the Christmas period, and my face don't fit.
That's
So,
deep.
Bear in mind, you was the only person that they didn't want to pay that. So it's not like it was a whole company thing and Tricia was being unreasonable. It wasn't like it was something for the whole company and she was being unreasonable. Well, I don't care about anyone else. What about me? Everyone got paid earlier and they wanted to pay her later.
And
That's
you know,
And just
a bit of a
expected
gap.
her to take it. Just expected it to
because
be
I
okay.
said intelligently, because I too am very great. Like, I wish I could talk sometimes the way that I write. My written responses is fantastic. So my written response to him was very clear, not to the point, direct. But because I said, actually, I don't, it's the festive season. I don't want to wait 4 weeks. You've not given me any prior notice. I've done everything on time. So I would need you to kind of look into how you can get this done. I don't like you, and I can't put my finger on why I don't like you. How dare you ask for the funds that you worked hard for?
He doesn't like himself, though. He doesn't like himself.
Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean? So as a Black woman, it's not that you want to be viewed as this aggressive person, but at the same time, understanding your worth, understanding your spirit, and simply saying, I deserve to be paid because I've worked, I've followed your guidelines. Can you figure that out? So has subjected you to further kind of scrutinies. It's only now that we've gotten to the end of the financial year and they've realized just how much money I've recouped that it's like, oh, can I just say you're doing a good job?
A year and a half later, by the way.
Can I just address that? Tricia, that just proved what I said, because when they were recruiting you to perform this role, they believe you were competent enough to solve the missing money. And you demonstrated that.
They knew why they.
However, now you're saying, okay, when can I be remunerated for my work? They had a problem because that's what I said. When it suits them, certain characteristics, you know, your ability to be thorough, diligent, they like that about you. But the other things they don't, and that's on them. It's not usable on them.
That's what I mean. It's on them.
I was in the same situation just a few weeks ago. Where I just marked out for whoa, and I called. I said, bro, the money's not there. Oh yeah, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I said, I've got responsibilities. And because of why I said to him, he goes, you know what, Olu? If the money's not there by a certain time, I will pay you out of my personal money. As a director. Simply because I wasn't aggressive. Be like yourself, you know, articulate, you know, if you knew there's gonna be problems, when were you gonna inform me? You know, I've got responsibilities to make, you know, please can you find a way where we can resolve this? Because I'm gonna be put in a situation here that can be avoided. You've asked me to wait till 1, you've asked me to wait till 3. It's now the weekend. Because you know what, you're right. You know what? I will pay you out my money. Director, I'll pay out my money. And if it comes then I'll arrange to take it back. You see now? So sometimes it's just the way we come across, because we go into black mode, killed it. And too often we do. But you was able to code switch effectively in a way that, as you said, you wrote in a way that I thought, you know what, she's got a point here.
And they deliberately put in a position where she's going to go in black mode.
Because sometimes they set you up, you know. They set you up in a situation because you know you're going to lose it. That's another trick as well, you know.
They wanted you to lose it. They wanted you to lose it.
And some of us fall for it all the time.
But then, can I just say what happened? Because 1 minute now.
Yeah.
Then they paid me, but then paid me twice.
Okay.
So then I was.
Oh, you've gone.
Yeah.
Being honest.
Yeah, she's come back.
Why would I not be?
Trish, sorry, repeat that because it just blacked out for that bit.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. It only came back at the word honest, but it blacked out for the rest.
So they paid me twice. I highlighted it to them. And then he was like, oh, okay. Well, you were honest. Thank you for that. Why would I not be?
Set you up, mate.
Why would I not be? Why would I not be? You know, you've paid me twice. my business is financed, I've sorted out your 170 grand worth of debt, and you've paid me twice, and then,
You're just going to
be
keep
honest,
it.
Natalie,
Yeah,
can I
imagine.
just say,
Yeah.
this goes back to what
why
Ollie
would you
said.
not think I would be honest? So
Yeah.
it's these kind of things that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
And then going back to the other conversation that we was having about not feeling supported by our men, or not so many of us
That's what I was going to say.
so many of us being single, you kind of have to fight your own battles. So it's not that you don't want to submit to your men, or you don't want to be soft to your men, but I guess when you're out here having to fight your own battles,
It's a
it then
minefield.
becomes a way of
I
life.
think it goes back to what Ollie said like an hour ago about why they put people in certain positions, because they need you to work for them in a certain way. And then it's just like when I was working for the council like a few years ago, they put me in a position where they put me in a park, like basically all the other parks where they had managers were all white managers. Yeah. So you had Dulwich Park, you had Peckham, and then you had Dulwich, Peckham, and Southwark. They put me in Burgess Park because they knew that Burgess Park has the most black people there. Yeah. Once they needed me to do what I needed to do or whatever, they got rid of me.
Yeah.
You get me?
So
and like certain times I'll be like, oh, put on that jacket. Even though I wasn't a warden, they'll say, put on the jacket because the kids will relate to you more if you put on the jacket. I mean, like an idiot, I'll put on the jacket and go and talk to them and be like, yeah, because they know that black man. And then I looked around me and I was like, wait, how come the other managers in the other parks where there's no trouble there at all are all white? But the part where there's stabbings every other week, you've got a black man there. And then once they started to get like police regulations and everything, they got rid of me straight away.
And
so go on now.
Yeah, so but going back to what you said as well, and I'll always come back to this. Tricia was talking about what happened, and she stated that our director, this black man, he backed her, and he backs us all the time with different things, and he's got us back. And if it wasn't for him, I think there'd be a lot of fires, because he shields and he is like he stops a lot of mess getting to us before it can even reach us. And this is what we kind of need. Just looking at that as an example is just a small scale of what we need as a community. And I'm not talking about just him as a man protecting. I'm talking about how we look after each other. Because yes, we are the minority in that workplace, but you see, because his spirit is powerful and because he stands by us and we stand together, no one can't chat to us in there. And that's what I mean. When unity and working together and doing things collectively and being a solid fort holds more power than you would, you'd probably think it does. And that is where we fall short.
And to add to that, Natalie, because he's an effective leader, we've got no problem following him.
So can I just say something?
Follow.
Can I say something?
Trust him. That's why.
Do
trust him.
Done. Yeah.
How many black directors do you have there? Is it just him?
It's just him.
Okay,
And
see, that's just wait. That's just him that you're involved with. Yeah.
No.
Imagine
the CEO is black. The CEO is black. Now catch this one.
He's
CEO
wretched.
is black. The finance director that I was telling you about that didn't want to give me the money for my work, he's white. Damien's black. They're on the same level. Yeah?
Yeah.
But CEO who is black is threatened by Damien who is black.
Yeah. But see that Damien guy, that you got there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you have just won this debate for us. I'm not gonna lie, you've just won it for us. Yeah. Okay. You're with one person, that has your back because he's the only person there. Now imagine if you're in a position, where you've got many of us like Damien there, you guys will go forward like big time. We'll all go forward.
That's the point I just made.
Yeah, but we're not in that position. We're not in that
position.
No,
but that's the point I'm making.
No, the position. Can I land? Can I land? Please, can I land? Yeah.
Only if you let people land as well, Jess.
I've let you land. I just listened to both of you speak for
on.
like the last 20 minutes and I haven't interjected.
Oh, you sound bored.
Yeah.
I sound bored. I look bored. I'm not. If I was bored, I put the phone down when you guys said something. You guys said something mad, and I put the phone down and went away for a drink. But what I'm trying to say is that if you had other people like Damien amongst you, not other people like your CEO, but other people like Damien amongst you, we will all move forward. No one will need to pretend to be this one when they're with their friends, and then when they're at work, I'm this one, blah, blah, blah. We can all be one together in the workplace. And we can have your back, you have our back.
That's what I'm saying. We need more Damiens.
That's what I'm saying. We need more of that. That's the point I just made.
What you said earlier on is that we don't have your back because there aren't that many Damiens amongst you. But we're not in that position. We're not in that position to back you.
No. Damien, for Natalie and Tricia, was in that position to back them within his control.
So,
but there's plenty of black men out there that have things within their control that need to back us and don't back us. And
the whole CEO is an example. He's in a higher position than Damien, and he is a black man, and he makes people's life annoying there. He's the exact opposite as Damien. So I get what you're saying, and that's the point I'm trying to make. All we need is more of that. And Damien's just a small example of what one man can do. So imagine if there was more of that.
So how are we going to get into Damien's position?
It's not even about just create them. Create positions. It's not always about kind of inveigling into certain positions or working our way up. We are such a dynamic, creative, resourceful, relentless set of people. And we've got so much skills that we don't always tap into. And yes, a lot of things are set up for us to fail. There is a lot of things, but we can't even tap into that. If there's not a door, if there's not a bridge, if there's not a table, build that shit. Make that shit.
Amen.
Sit at it, walk through it and do it. We don't need to wait for them. We don't need to ask for permission. We just need to believe in what we can do.
We need to all go back to Africa for that. Because them position ain't gonna work here. Go. Are you gonna come with me?
I would go. Because what I'm saying is,
it's like a love connection that needs to
What next is about that. Okay, we know this system's not for us. We know that they create obstacles. We know that in health and social care, we're all frontline, but we're not the decision makers. We know all of these things. So what do? Okay, one of my best friends, she has worked hard for the last 4 years, and now she has her own, in her own name, that she controls under her own standard. She has her own supported housing services. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing. It's not easy, but she did it with kind of support and help, and we just need to help each other own our own shit. With ownership is power. We're not going to do it overnight. We might not even see it in our generation, but we can start building. We've got to leave them something to work with, because this ain't it. It ain't it, and we can go on about it, and we can moan about it all day. But if all we're doing is discussing it and debating it, not here, I'm talking about in general, anytime something happens on the news, or something happens against us, or something unjust, but we just do a bag of social media posting. But what are we doing? And this is what next is about. Forget them. We know they don't like you. We know they don't like us. We get it. So let's just work on, okay, this is where power lies. This is where you can get ahead. You don't need to rely on them. We need to own more property, land, this, that. We need to build more of that. We need to have our own schools. We need to build our own education system, curriculum. Yeah, putting Black history in schools is brilliant. It's fantastic. But who's creating the curriculum? Who is at the head of that? Who is writing that? Who's delivering that? There's so much more to it. Who are you trying to convince? And it's just like, we need to kind of focus on our own. And we are a broken people. And it is, if anyone of other race is watching this, it is sad, and it can look at them. But we know that, and we have to we need to stop being embarrassed about that and be like, yeah, that's how it is, but that's not how it's gonna be. And I think that's what we just need to kind of focus on, is just that, fuck this now for a laugh. this ain't it. This is not how we're supposed to live. We are such powerful people. Like, our power is mad, and we just need to tap into that power in the right way.
Can I ask a quick question? Do any of you have any, wait 1 second, any 20-year-olds? Like kids? Do any of you have any kids that are like 20 or above?
No.
Okay, no, because I was going to say, remember?
Kids that are 26.
No, because remember there was a school in Tottenham, red uniform. It was a black school.
John
Loughborough. I've got 3 cousins.
John Loughborough, that's it. That's it. So I was just going to ask, like, from saying what you were saying, did anyone try and like send their kids to that school?
Like I said, I know 3 of my cousins went there.
That school was about when we were in school.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't have sent our kids there.
Yeah,
it was that old.
I didn't even know about it. We're only 36 out here.
Yeah, see, Natalie was, me and
Tricia. I'm only 23. I'm only 23. So
bye.
When
Can I just add there, right?
Actually, no, to be honest with you, that was a silly question because you're right. Because that school's around when I was like 19.
Jessie, it wasn't a black school. It was a
the independent school, wasn't it?
No, it was a church school. So it was an SDA school.
Okay. My bad.
It wasn't a black school. It was a Seventh-day Adventist.
But there was all black.
They weren't Seventh-day Adventists.
No, but everyone that was there was black.
I know that for a fact because 3 of my cousins went there. It was not Seventh-day Adventist. It wasn't church. It was run by all black people, and their curriculum was Pan-African black. That's what the school said.
I think
I'll argue with you.
It wasn't a Seventh-day Adventist school. I know
it was a Seventh-day Adventist, but it was a church school.
Okay, can I just sorry. So is Nikki's delivery coming across aggressive to you, Olu?
No. But did I just say to you, I'm not arguing. It's not, because the thing is, I know the school. Yeah, I worked in the school for a little while, so I know the school is. So if that's what you believe, I'm not going to argue with you because I know the school itself.
No, you're both right.
But the misnomer was it was a black school. It wasn't a black school in Haringey.
It was a black
Haringey wouldn't now have a black
like
school.
what you said. It was a 7. It was like a church, not church. Yeah, it was a kind of like church school.
It was Seventh-day Adventist.
All right, so we're getting some messages through. It was Seventh-day Adventist.
Thank you.
It was Seventh-day Adventist when it started. When it started,
and then it turned to a black.
And then it turned into
because that is how they got the funding to get that into education. No, I'm not saying that.
You're both right.
The thing is,
no, I'm not right.
No, the perception was it was a black independent school. It wasn't. It wasn't a project. It wasn't
when
that.
my cousins went there, it wasn't Seventh-day Adventist, okay? And I know that for a fact because my auntie was nowhere near Seventh-day Adventist, and the reason why she went there was because, like I said, it was the whole Pan-African thing for them. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's you're right in the sense of maybe that's how.
No, you're both right. Nobody's wrong. It's not a right or wrong debate.
You're right. It wasn't a black school. It was run by black people.
Yes.
So it wasn't
black people.
But you know, on the streets, we all thought it was a black school, innit?
No.
Yeah.
Like on the streets, it's like, oh, everyone that went to John Loughborough was black. I didn't know
what happened to it. What happened to it? Is it not running anymore?
No, I don't know. I don't think it's running.
It's long time
funding got cut.
It's management. But then again, I don't be controversial. That's the example when you get black people run their own thing. Who's competent at doing it?
But that's
black doesn't mean you're competent.
But that goes back to as well, looking back at our issues and why we're seen as that and why we can't seem on a whole to manage certain things, or not, as sometimes people say black businesses don't take themselves seriously or they can't stay open for a certain time. And again, it just goes back to how we view ourselves, how we see ourselves, why we see ourselves like that, what we need to do, being honest about ourselves. Because I've said it sometimes and people are like, no, you can't say that. You can, because that's the majority of what you see. Most of us see it, most of us experience it, we live it. We know that there's an issue with certain things within the black community, within ourselves, that we have to hold ourselves accountable to, and not just use it to slew each other, but to actually see where we're going wrong, why we're going wrong in that way, and okay, cool, what we need to do. There's a lot of, like we say, talk about generational trauma and different things that we just need to kind of just really get real down and dirty with and just sort out and get ahead.
100%. 100%.
Can you
100%.
believe, guys? Sorry, it's 11:30.
You
I know.
lie.
I ain't got work tomorrow, so
Is
I'm all
it?
right, man.
Wow.
I'm wondering about you guys.
I'm going to share my screen and move on to the next topic because we're going to have to get out. But he's going to kick me out of his house in a minute.
Oh yeah, you were
It's 11:30.
Yeah.
How is it 11:30? Sean's like, yes, it's late.
No,
It's 11:30 because
I'm like, what the hell? I started with 88% and I've got 9%. So
just some of the topics, the comments that we got about being labelled as aggressive black women. Sorry, Paula Powell said it's very annoying at times. However, I think I've slightly mastered that label by giving the angry black woman a gracious twist. Smiling whilst insulting and speaking the truth or tackling the issue at hand. Play them at their own game. Always leaves the opposition totally confused. The insult is behind the smile. Can't call me an angry black woman if there's a big fat smile in the midst.
Yeah.
See, Olu got it right, didn't you, Olu?
Yeah.
That's true.
DeWitt Ford said, allow me to point out the obvious. An intelligent person, regardless of gender, understands that most effective manner of communication involves passion, articulation, a logical thought process, a calm demeanor. If you cannot express yourself in the manner that exemplifies these four aspects, then it may be time to acknowledge that you are in fact an angry person. However, if you do apply these four key components and you still are labeled an angry black woman or man, then maybe it's time for you to find a circle or a new work environment. Life is too short to surround yourself with idiots.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I just say this? What do you guys think? So think about the conversations we've had today and how heated this got at certain points. If there was someone from another race on this panel, do you think they could take this heat, or do you think they would take it? Because we say what we have to say, it gets heated or passionate, and we keep it moving. No one's kind of holding malice or anything towards each other, but that's because that's what we're used to, should we say. Do you think if there was someone from another race or from another community that was involved in this, that their heart could withstand it?
No, they'll feel uncomfortable. They'll feel very uncomfortable.
I think some of the topics, if I've been brutally honest with you, if they had some of the things that we have said would be considered racist, out of order, facing, you know, and sometimes we need to get past who said it, just hear the message. The message. Like, all too often,
I agree with
speaking to people in a non-professional setting, you're losing the argument, you start being personal.
Yeah.
Everyone knows. Yeah. That's called an ad hominem attack. Whenever you start going personal, you've lost the argument.
Yeah.
What's it called,
I'm glad no one went personal today, man.
Ad hominem.
Ad hominem. All right. I like words, and I need to find that. That's a good word.
So whenever you're in a debate with somebody and they result to being personal, they've lost the debate.
You've lost it. Yeah, you've lost it already. You've lost it.
Kind of like when Mike Tyson bit that man on his ears, Hollywood on his ears. He got real.
Yeah, he lost the fight. He lost the fight.
Lost control.
Yeah. And I think, you know what, especially you women who have prominence, you have social appeal. Like I said before in the last thing.
Do we have social appeal?
Yeah,
I'm joking.
you know what, you're beautiful when you smile. You know? You're very beautiful when you smile. And one thing I'll say this, if a man calls you alpha, because he can't deal with the heat that you're coming off, because you can say with a smile.
Alpha female.
No, but it's true. It's true though.
Yeah,
You don't have to
100%.
be insulting when you speak to somebody. You don't have to be dismissive. Look how we're talking. Sometimes we got heated, but we found it within ourselves to rein it back and just say our point without getting personal.
And I can say that having this kind of conversation, Olu and Jessie might have started with certain things that I was like, what is you talking about? But by the time we had got round it and articulated, even if sometimes I still didn't agree fully, I definitely understood and could respect where you was coming from and didn't think, well, that's wrong. Do you get what I'm saying? No, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. It's this, is that. And it's these kind of conversations that we want to have where you can open your mind. It's not usually your thought process, but it's like, you know what, he's got a point. I still wouldn't kind of do this and that, and they can still kiss my ass, but he has a
Well,
point.
literally.
No.
No. What I was gonna say.
You need to go to bed, Jessie.
Wait. What I was gonna say is the art of the debate. The art of the debate, yeah. The art of the debate is nobody's wrong. No, okay. For example, when Nikki and Olu were talking about the whole school thing, none of them are wrong. Yeah. Somebody said it was this school. Someone said it was that school. Somebody else wrote in and said it was blah blah blah. So they were both in a debate.
They were actually both right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In a debate, the art of a debate is whoever's wrong can learn from it and move forward.
Yeah.
So that next time when you're somewhere else, you can use what you learned from the other debate and even make more points where you are, rather than argue and then start saying, "Oh, your mum," because I see even in my group.
Yeah,
In my group happens all the time. Like some people say something like this Noel Clark thing. I'm not gonna lie, this Noel Clark thing has really pissed me off to an extent. But I listen to what people say, they listen to what I say, and then we move on. Somebody will say something that I don't agree with, but I'll be like, "Oh, you're right." Then I look into what they said, and I'll move on from there. That's how you do it.
I think for me, I've learned, and I'm 47 this year, and I have learned in the last few years that like Olu said, I have to speak, articulate, to communicate, to be heard, but then I've also got to be open to listening. So that's what I think for me is changing a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Because I'm actually listening and hearing what that person is saying, actually hearing and taking it in.
Yeah.
And I'm a questioner, so I'm like, if you might have noticed, I'm like, so what do you mean? Do you mean X, Y, Z, or do you mean ABC? Because I need to get it clear up in here myself, you know. Otherwise, I'm gonna look at you and think he's an arsehole. But I don't, you know, rather than asking the questions to clear it all up. So we have to learn to speak, to communicate, to and make sure that we listen to what the other person is saying as well.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
All right.
Amen.
So moving on to the next topic, so that we could get off of this this thing. We've been on here for so long.
Mate, I think we need to do a Friday night one rather than Tuesday night, man.
Nah. Friday night, especially when the world opens back up, they're gonna want to be out there doing their thing.
They're gonna be like, "Bye, bitches."
Wait, are you guys coming to my birthday party on May the 15th?
Are you a tourist?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Send the details.
Where is your party?
It's I can't say it here now because you know, like the but I'll inbox it to you guys.
Okay. Cool. All right.
I'll inbox it to you.
We'll come.
But it's May 15th, Saturday. That's the day I was actually born. Kwame.
Kwame. Oh.
Yeah, my actual name's Kwame, not just.
Are you a Kwame?
That's your Ghanaian name.
No, that's I'm Ghanaian.
Because you was born on a Friday. Is that the Friday name?
No, Saturday. Yeah, we Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kwame's a Saturday name.
Yeah, Kwame's Saturday.
Okay. All right. Yeah. One of my best friends is Ghanaian, so yeah. I know. I've been there. I love it. Really nice country. Anyway, last topic before we wrap up. Question for the fellas. Would you let your daughter date a guy like you?
Kwame, take the floor.
I think Olu could take this one for now, but like,
this is
for the first time,
interesting.
I'm kind of silent here, man. Olu could take
Very interesting.
Kwame, hold up the end, man. Why are you silent?
Olu, this is you. This is you, bro.
Okay, okay.
You're born for this.
Have you got daughters, Olu? Two. Okay.
And just over the weekend, we had a family gathering, and there was about 30 of us. We had this sort of debate there, and some people went on social media and stuff. It's quite interesting. And I just went out there and I spoke my truth, because I say to the young ones now, and I say to my kids, listen, if I tell you the truth, no one can have anything over you. And I know sometimes the truth is hurtful, just like when Natalie was telling her situation. It must have been quite hard to hear it. But you know that when the truth sets you free. When you speak your truth, no one's going to have anything against you, you know. So when you say, would you want your daughters to be like you?
No, to date a guy like you.
Yeah. I would say, what, me then or me now?
Exactly.
And that's what a lot of guys said. Like,
because I looked at the post and I said, you know what, me 20 years ago, no. And I said to my kids, I said, you see this reasonable guy you see now? I wasn't this guy in my 20s or in my 30s.
Yeah.
I was terrible.
Mm.
And yeah, not looking at me. Look at Olu now, he's different now. I was terrible. Trust me. Anyone knows me like this guy, terrible. And I own that. But as you go through life, it's like, you know what, you can't be treating people like that, Olu, man. It's not fair, man. Come on.
Wow.
You know? And life teaches that you don't just tell it as it is.
Yeah.
I couldn't answer that better myself, bruv.
You know? You're still quite young, my friend. When you get older, you'll realize.
No, I'm not really
Jesse's a junior,
23.
you know.
No, I'm
Maybe
44.
not
I'm 44.
yeah.
Yeah. But in answering your question, if my daughters met someone like me now, I think they'd be blessed because I've got kind of a lot of experience and I can put them in the pit hole. So, for example, one of my daughters came to me, she was seeing some guy and he's trying to play me. I said, it's not even a play, he's not even running his game properly. You know, so I was just pointing out in things like you should, you know, the red flags. Yeah. But I also
Sorry, Olu, how old are your daughters?
One's 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
One's 22.
Okay.
You see
Okay.
now. And the one at 25.
Lost.
One at 25 now is at the age where she's like asking questions like, Dad, why do I meet certain types of guys? And and it's been a very painful discussion to tell her this is what guys are like, to tell your daughters. Because I understand some women can't tell their daughters that because it means revealing a part of yourself. You always want your weak daughter to see in a certain way. And I'm like, let me tell you something now, right? You see how you're going on? You need to attract this type of guy.
Yeah.
It's hard, but once you realize that, you can do something about it. So I said, baby, look at this. If you want to be having tats and be piercing your tongue, that's all good, but you're going to attract a certain type of guy. Oh, but Dad, that's not shallow yet. Men are shallow. At your age, men are shallow.
Ollie, sorry. Just say tattoos.
I've got a tap. Yeah. But the thing is, there's the odd tap is if you're covered in tap. Because remember, a lot of these young women, they want to try and this IG thing and think that's the one. No, that's the one to play with, not the one to wife.
So as soon as you said tattoos, I see somebody covering their shoulders.
What's that?
What's that?
You would judge someone based on their tattoos and not their aura or spirit or personality.
No, if I was in my 20s, I think that was happening. Yeah, she's cool, she's got that, she got this. But as you get older, right? And if you're looking for a wife, yeah, I mean, I'm 55. If I'm looking, I'm not going to see no woman heavy tattoo because her probably wouldn't be as tight anyway. So tattoos would look all wrong. You see now, you got to put that into consideration.
No,
I'm not talking about anyone particular.
Yeah.
Saying,
no.
you know, if you're going to sport tattoos, you best be tight to you when you get old. Trust me.
No.
Ollie, I'm not gonna lie. I was backing you. I had you.
Taking out the earrings.
You went on the tattoos thing. I'm like,
my shoulder is offended, as are my wrists.
I've got quite a few tattoos, and I'm a wife.
boy, Ollie, on your own, you know.
I can hold it, you know.
Ollie, Ghana, Nigeria, we stay as one. We stay as one. Yeah,
and that's fair enough, and that is how that's your personal opinion, and that's cool. But
not just my personal opinion.
Closing prayer. Ollie messed up the
well,
closing
I'm
prayer,
telling
man.
you, I've got big tattoos on my arms. Big tattoo on my arm. I've got a big tattoo on my back. I've got a big one on my leg.
Nikki,
and I'm married, and I've got kids.
Can we see?
Not single.
Can we see?
I'm not single, but I had that tattoos long before.
So
That's the difference.
basically,
And I love
you
my
guys are
tattoos
talking
as well.
over each other. Sorry, guys, order, because again, if the audience are watching you, they can't hear what you're saying. But
sorry.
So Nikki, you were saying you've got tattoos, you got married. Who was
Lots of
gonna jump in
tattoos before I was married, so.
there? Okay, and he still married you with those big tattoos.
Big white dress and all sorts as well, you know.
By the way,
big
can I just
tattoos.
say, Ollie, that was Ollie's comments.
Yes,
No, I know.
agreement with that.
That's Ollie's personal
Yeah,
preference. I am saying.
Jessie, you're a flip flopper. 1 minute, yeah, Ollie, I've got your comments, and the next minute, boy, that was Ollie's comments, you know.
I did that Asher D with Noel Clark, innit? I just threw him under the bus.
No, you didn't from under the bus. I'm driving the bus.
so basically, when I'm ready to start dating again, should I go to a laser surgeon?
No.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
This is nothing as well. I'm talking in general terms, and women start thinking about themselves. No, it's not. It's not about that. Yeah, what I'm saying is, remember, I'm 55 years old. Yeah? When a man at my age looking for a wife, yeah, remember he's done all the baddie thing when he's older. When he's looking for something to settle down with, yeah, he's probably looking for something a bit more conservative. Now, it depends on the pool that he's looking at. Yeah, if you're saying, well, actually, I want to bag a man of that age, of that caliber, you've got to understand what he's looking for in return. Because when he's taking the function stuff and you're tattooed down here, you've got the little tramp stamp in the back of your feet that you can't even see.
Man said tramp stamp.
Paws going down in the thighs.
Wow.
It's as it is, no bravado. I mean, don't play. You know.
Natalie.
I'm deceased.
Hey.
He said tramp stamp and I'm deceased.
Can I just say something here? Have you ever been to a church sermon, where the pastor gave the best sermon ever? And then all of a sudden they say, do the closing prayer, and he just messes up the whole sermon with the closing prayer. Like, you gave a great sermon today. You said all the right things today. I've backed you all day long. And all the girls said is do a closing prayer where we can all go home and sleep and enjoy what we had today. And you messed up everything.
By calling the tramp stamp.
Man said tramp stamp. And
Jessie,
my brows are still sweating.
Jessie, listen to this. It's funny how when I said that, everyone knew exactly what I was talking about.
It's true. But you know what though? Saying that, Olu, actually saying that, you're like, when I did get married and I had to tattoo my arm and stuff, it's funny because I showed a friend, I showed someone, my picture, and she was like, oh my God, you look so beautiful. She goes, but that bloody tattoo. So it's a thing, isn't it? Like, if you don't like him, you don't like him. And going back to your point, like, if looking for someone at 55 obviously is going to be very different to looking for someone at 35. So I hear your point, because a 55-year-old man is not going to want someone who is probably not tattooed up and maybe a bit more conservative. But yeah, in my line of work, that doesn't happen. Sorry.
But more time, they've got like an egg in their nest, they're receding and them kind of things there. And we're just no, but we are taking the airs and graces. So you need to take this a while at this point. Sorry.
Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, sorry.
You're taking shots now.
Shan's been quiet for so long, and then she just literally comes in like right out of hell.
I could bring the palm trees all day long. Like, don't try and throw shade at me about my tattoos.
Wow.
For me, personally, I mean, I get that point. Like, the type of men that I used to go for prior and the type of men that I would look for now. So I totally get that. But my holistically, everything has changed as well. It's not just about visuals.
No.
It really isn't. It is about character. It is about, I know, like Olu said earlier, we're talking about vibing with the guys and connection when all they're looking for is someone who's agreeable. So when you say someone who's agreeable, you want someone that's going to agree with everything that you say and do, Olu?
No. What I'm saying is, like, for example, I don't want to be arguing with a woman over smiling. I don't want to be having a big debate over a woman smiling. It's not the one. Because we could be doing other things, talking about other things.
What do you mean, a woman smiling? Like, if you smiled at a woman, or
if I'm talking to a woman, I say, babes, you know what? You should smile a bit more. Then we have some big 2-3 hour video. What's all that about? Oh, we're organising a holiday. Babes, I want to go to Dubai. Oh, well, I want to go to New Zealand. I'm like,
no, Olu, I definitely got to get your number after this, man. You can be joke.
Okay, so if you want to go to Dubai and she wants to go to New Zealand, how do you compromise and meet in the middle?
Then we have a discussion, and then we book the plane to Dubai.
Fuck off.
And I ain't sitting on no plane for 22 hours, man.
You know that gif when the woman cuts her eye and picks up her bag?
No.
That's literally what you just did.
That's what I'm doing.
That's literally what you just did.
Okay, so when you're saying that, because, sorry, Jess, in terms of a woman being agreeable, and as we get older, it is about having these conversations. And I don't think, for me personally, like I said earlier, it's not just about the visuals. It's about his character, it's about his heart, it's how he carries himself. Finances do play a part in it.
Oh, they play a big part. They play a big part. Don't be fooled. They play a big part.
Yes, and yes, they do.
No, Tricia, they play a big part.
I would date someone who's earning less than me, though.
Would you date the fries man at McDonald's?
Yeah.
Would I date the fries man in McDonald's?
Yeah.
If he could look back at himself, then yes.
Yeah, if that was, because like, remember that guy that was on the Crosby Show, and then he was bagging shopping the other day, and then someone tried to shame him on Instagram, and then Tyler Perry.
Oh yes, yeah.
Right. Anyone can go through anything in any period of their life.
I hear you.
So I'm not going to judge you.
I hear you, but at your age, can you date? No, not date. Can you take seriously the fries guy? He's happy frying fries McDonald's.
No, not if that's his aspiration. He just wants to stay there frying fries. No,
money's not important.
No, I can. You know,
money
as long
is
as you can
important.
pay
You see
your
what I'm talking
bills.
about now?
Yeah, but how much bills can you pay with the fries?
It doesn't matter. He's a lovely guy. He respects you. He does a 50-50.
Yeah, then I'll take the fries.
But how's he doing 50-50 if you're earning McDonald's wages, man?
Not just that.
Not going to be
Pay really good.
Yeah.
So you need to use
Yeah, if you
something
say
like someone that's not
you can
paying
do
good.
it.
Because McDonald's pay really good, considering.
But do you know what it is? I think it's not just. I think sometimes like you might want someone, or you might naturally go for someone who's on the same sort of level, and I don't mean level like that, but I mean level as in likes and dislikes, interests, hobbies, aspirations as you. So for me, we do this, I do that, I do this, I do that. I would personally, I would obviously take notice of someone who's into those sort of things, who is proactive, who's like a leader in certain areas, especially within the Black community, because I would like someone that can teach me. But if a guy has only got aspirations to work in McDonald's, to me, that's not where I want to stick. This is not something for me. So I'd want to be with someone where, like a partnership, where we're on the same, like we're on the same kind of vibe, we're into the same city.
But his vocation is he works at McDonald's. See, this is quite interesting because you've just proved a point. Hey, we said, oh, he's got to be this. No.
But
you can't build legacies from McDonald's. You're not building a legacy. You can get a franchise, but that's about it.
No. At this age we're at now, yeah. I said at the beginning of the show, there are certain things which I say, you know, I'm not dealing with that. You said you got 3 kids. A man who works at McDonald's, happily frying the fries, who loves you, he ain't got time for that at this stage in your life right now. He might be a great guy, but not for you.
Yeah, not
That's what I'm saying to you. So when you're saying what you're looking for in a guy, let's keep it real. This is the problem.
But it's not even a money thing. It's not a money thing. For me, I've always said this, it's not really a money thing. But if it is, it's not a problem. Yeah, but it's a money thing. But no, it's for me, it's about your mindset, where you want to go and what you want to do. I'm not that type of person. No, but
that's like flipping them fries.
If he's happy, then if he's happy doing that, that's cool. But that's not for me.
That's what it is.
And as long as you can pay the bills, I don't. You out here struggling in these streets, but if you can pay the bills, I don't care. If you want to flip fries all day long, you can do it.
Thank you, Shanice.
You're hearing this because women, they don't like to say it. They don't like to say it, but in men, resources are very important. Even they like to say it. It's very important to them, you know.
No, it's important to me. I'm gonna go with it.
No, I would say so.
Because you see when you see. Okay, let me try and break it down. You see when we start pussyfooting like this.
It's not pussyfooting.
We're not going around.
It's not pussy because you can't tell me how I feel. I know how I feel. Like if I had a guy that has a certain like a lot of money and he comes up to me, I've had guys in positions of power, money, affluent and thing. I'm not interested. I don't like you. I don't like your thingy. I don't. I've been out with guys that may not be in the same position and I've had a connection. I've not even been able to let go. And we've been through here and you know, we've been through from the bottom and we've worked our way up. It's not that. That's not my issue. And but I do think So for instance, I want to do certain things in my life. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want this for the kids. I'm trying to build certain things for the children as well. I want to work with someone in partnership.
So
If
McDonald's is the bottom of the bottom, then that's what
no.
you just said.
What I'm saying is, if I'm trying to build and I want to, and if I'm with someone, I want a partnership like that. If you want to just stay in McDonald's, if you want to just stay in any kind of job that doesn't thingy to building, then we're not going to build together, are we? It's not what I'm looking for. That's it. But it's not just about money. If you're down, I'm there for you. If you're thingy, but I'm not. But we need to talk about what we want from the offset and what we're trying to build or what we're trying to do. And I'll be honest with you, if that's all you want to do, I don't really want to move. I want to stay in this country. I want to live here forever. I want to do this. I don't really want, I'm comfortable in this thing. I'm comfortable in that. That doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
So we're not going to move together. I want to live. I want to thingy. I want to see the world. I want to do this. And I'm not talking about money, see the world, stay in 5-star hotels. I'm talking about see the world. I'm talking about culture. I'm talking about doing things and, certain things. And you just can't do that with certain
You want to
people.
go to Bravo? Go.
What you've just said here, you've mentioned things about the man being aspirational, having dreams, being positive, want to grow with you. All I'm saying is, it's funny because it started off by talking about visually what men are looking for. And I talked about the tattoos and the piercing. What I'm saying is this, not in a horrible, what I'm saying is this, men accept you the way you are. Once they're happy with you being agreeable, you look a certain way, and they can run with that, they're cool. Women's checklist, although they're not to admit it, it's not so straightforward. So you have to see below the, as long as he's this, is that. When I said McDonald's, the first thing one of you lot said, well, if he looks to own the franchise, no, he's happy being the fryer. Deal with that. And then you have to say, well, yeah, actually, you know what? In terms of where I'm at now, I've got kids, I can't work with that. In terms of where I'm at now, I'm growing my business, I can't work with that. Just be honest, because a lot of guys at this stage,
that's it. Can't work with that.
A lot of guys at this stage, if they didn't make use of their opportunities, they feel even more down to them when a woman don't even give them a look in. That's what I'm saying. You don't even give them a look in.
Yeah.
So that man can leave anything. If he can't even lead a woman who he's interested in, where is he?
Going off topic here. What white wine is Shanice drinking? Shanice.
What do you say?
What wine are you
wine
drinking?
That seems to last like a long time, man.
No, don't worry, because I'm on the second bottle. It's Prosecco.
Okay.
That's the second bottle,
Yeah.
I just got a message.
No, because I'm thinking it's never ending. It's never ending.
Yeah,
I
just got a message through. Sorry, guys. I just got a message through. It's 12 o'clock. The man's going to kick me out of his house in a minute.
Okay.
Someone wants to talk to Olu quickly. She thinks you're saying everything perfectly. So I'm going to let her on and then we're going to wrap up. It's 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, 1 second.
I haven't even eaten dinner, you know.
Can she get a video on?
She's connecting to audio. She said she looks mash up, but she wants to talk to Olu.
I look mash up as well about that, you know.
Hey, Angela.
It's not you she want, Jessie. She don't want you. She said she come for Olu.
I'm upset by that.
Sorry, Jessie. Sorry. I mean nothing by it. Evening, Angela.
Hi there.
Hi,
I'm
Angela.
so sorry, guys. I look a bit
It's
mashed
okay.
up. Right?
Don't mind it, man. Don't mind it.
Usually, so it's fine. Go for it. What did you want to say to Olu, Ange?
Olu, you've spoken the truth. And everybody on here is beautiful. And I heard all your comments, but honestly, just speaking to Olu, I mean, he said it's a few home truths for me as well. But Olu, honestly, everything you were saying about, for me personally, down to the tattoos, down to guys, how much money they earn, as to how us girls sometimes attract the wrong guys. I think what you said was 100% true. And I think sometimes we also need to be a bit more open or honest with ourselves, with how we're walking our walk. You understand? So, Olu, I mean, I'm a girl, but I've got 3 brothers, so I'm a bit boyish as well. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But and I've got the same birthday as you, Kwame, as well. 15th of May, Saturday, same birthday as you.
Taurus, team
Hey, you're
Taurus.
going in as well.
Yeah, but I'm just, like, when you said Olu, honestly, how, I mean, to be honest, I haven't got a tattoo. I would like a tattoo, but I don't have a tattoo. And my thing is that, yes, we shouldn't judge somebody by their exterior, their physical appearance. But let's be honest, people. Even you, Tricia, when you said, okay, you don't judge somebody by how they look. It's not about that. Especially when you get older, it's all about the person's mind or other things. But the first thing you notice is somebody's physical appearance. Now, if I'm seeing a guy and he's got all tattoos on his neck, he's got teardrops and stuff, I can't take him to any of my family functions. They were actually, do you know what I mean? They'll be sending me to church. So it is what it is. So we also have to be...
Sorry, Angela.
That's all right, go ahead.
Is that because you are worried about your family's reaction to this person has tattoos on his neck and the teardrops? Right. Or actually, you might actually... Do you actually look at him and think, oh, or are you thinking, I can't take him to see my mum? There's a difference.
I could get with a guy who's got tattoos that are hidden. If you've got tattoos that are visual, I'm not on it.
Okay.
Unless you're
that's fair enough.
Or you're Chris Brown, then that's different.
But what is the reason,
unless you never have to interview for a job, and you got 6 figures in your bank account, do not put any tattoos visually. Don't do it.
What's the reason?
I get your point.
I just feel like, why's your work? Okay. I'm just thinking, okay, I know this day we're a bit more open-minded when it comes to tattoos and stuff. We're a bit more open-minded, but honestly, I mean, my background is very corporate, right? Now, if you're in a stage in life where you still have to interview for jobs, you got to remember, people might be a bit critical again with that. They might be, depending on what job you're going for. Certain jobs, no, it's quite normal. Certain jobs, it might be a bit of an issue. Yeah, we are a bit more open-minded about that. But at the same time, you are what you represent. So it's in a certain way. You are so unless you're doing your own show, I don't really understand all of that. If I'm honest, I don't understand all of that. But tattoos are lovely. Don't get me wrong, but I do feel like they should be hidden for girls and also for men, for girls and for guys. You can't really be doing all of that and then not attracting certain things as it comes with it. There's things that I've done in my life, and I'll pay the repercussions for that at times. You understand? So I'm just thinking we all have to be a bit more mindful as to how we do what we do with ourselves.
Yeah, I think we do have to take responsibility for how we present ourselves, definitely. And like I said, I've got maybe 7 tattoos, but if you see me standing up in front of you, unless I've got a proper skinny little cami top on and shorts, you wouldn't know I've got tattoos. So you're right. You have to, you know, we do have a responsibility to present ourselves properly, and that is also in regards to our elders, because we do have to present them to our elders and our families, so
and our children. But Nikki, you're married, you know, so you're okay. You're married.
That's what I said,
So you're fine. Do you understand? But I'm just saying, it depends what kind of guy you're going for. If you can't, like what Olu said, you can't be a certain way and want to get the guy that is a clean cut guy, whatever 6-figure salary, whatever 6-figure thing going on, what have you. This drives that car, lives in that house. You can't have all of that. Sometimes that's not the kind of girl that he's looking for. So us people, you should also know your lane. If you're coming across like that, you should know your lane for the kind of guy that you're also going to attract. You understand? So
agreed.
That's what I'm just saying.
Agreed.
Sorry,
I can't.
Thank you, Angela.
Sorry, I was just
well done.
Thanks, Angela.
Thanks for stopping by. Well done. And pop in again. You're now a member of the group, so pop in again next night for 2 weeks, yeah?
I can't wait. I was asleep, you know, Tricia, then I just woke up and like, oh my God, yeah, thank you guys. Really good chat. I was lying there itching, shaking, like, oh my God, I've got to say something. Yeah, but thank you. Good chat, everyone. Good chat.
Thank you.
Thanks for popping by.
Thank you too.
Bye.
That was brilliant.
Okay.
Right, is that us done now, yeah?
It's done, yeah.
You're kicking us off?
Yeah, I think...
Wait, Olu, is that a shed? Is that your man shed?
Outside in the garden, yeah. I'm having some work done in the house, so...
Everyone's doing work in their house at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, get new and stuff, yeah.
Well, always a pleasure, Olu.
It was a pleasure having me.
Always a pleasure. We love your insight. We love it. So, but Jessie's the new kid on
the block.
Yeah, my baby.
He's got no behaviour though.
No. Proper no bravado.
You know, you weren't backing me to the end. You kind of jumped ship.
No. It was a closing prayer, brother. It was a closing
You
prayer.
had I see how you wanted to come in and back it. You're supposed to back it.
No, the sermon, like I said, like she said, the sermon was good. The closing prayer with the tattoos was just a bit like
It was wild.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
you know what?
I think
Interesting thing there, Jessie. Can I ask, what did you find uncomfortable about that? In all honesty, my ending. What did you feel comfortable with?
I didn't feel uncomfortable, but I was just like, I knew that at some point, somewhere, somebody here will have tattoos.
That'll cause a bit of uproar.
I've got a tattoo.
And then,
Look.
the uproar.
I've got a tattoo. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is this. Yeah, depends where you are in your life. Because when I was younger, goatee man was the lick.
Yeah.
But
Did you have one? Did you have one, Olu? Did you have a
never had a goatee, never had an earring, didn't have no wet look.
Yeah.
But the thing is
No,
now,
I Jericho's back in the day.
but the thing is now, would you take a goatee man seriously now to have as your husband?
But look, see, I got tattoo, I've got goatee.
Married,
Olu man,
you're
Olu
not
man,
married.
you keep
Don't-
saying all these
Insulting
things,
up Nikki on the
man.
next team.
Olu man.
and that goes back to my point. So, you know, these things are visuals. At what point do you see the visuals of your partner's soul?
Mm.
Yeah.
That's my point.
True.
Like, I don't want a wife from someone who's got a gold teeth, but that person might have a heart of gold.
Right.
Yeah, but for someone else.
Bye.
Not for
Goodbye.
you, because you're gonna just leave that.
No, what I'm saying is,
You know what? I do agree to a certain
The thing is
extent.
now, right? Think about this now. I've got children, yeah? So imagine I brought a woman home and she's not even got 1 or 2 tattoos. She's tattooed up. She's got the goatee. What am I saying to my daughters? What am I saying to my sons?
No,
Yeah,
but
but
She's got tattoos and a gold teeth.
Yeah, exactly. Gold teeth, get to know her.
About the tattoos and stuff, because I've got a lot of tattoos.
That's
so I don't
quite
mind.
superficial.
However, I do. It's something you always notice straight away when a girl smiles at you and she has a gold tooth at the front tooth. I can't not help but notice that first gold tooth. I'm like, what the fuck? That for me.
Shanties.
No, but
Shanties.
I swear. No, Nick, come on. That is the first thing I will notice. I would look at that and be like,
Ratchet. Innit?
why would you do that?
Exactly.
That one for me,
Olu uncensored.
Olu,
You're
ratchet.
certain
Man said
Wow.
ratchet.
too much, man.
We are
That's too
seeing a
much.
different side to you today.
Ratchet.
No, I swear that one for me, I'm like, oh fuck no.
The
But I
insults.
wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Not the fucking this too. Not that too.
Well, she's got this one here. She's got this. She's got
Yeah.
that. She might even
It's
have the
too
one, you know.
much, but no, I
About-
What's
I
that
do.
one in the nose, Olu?
No, she's got the eyebrow. Some of them do this one here.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or
It's just
that bit.
aesthetic preference as well, I think.
Right. So
Seen too much.
wrapping up, because it's 12:10.
Yeah.
Everyone, I'm going to go around the screen. Everyone give qualities that is not aesthetics that is important.
Generosity, kindness, consideration, loving, nurturing, goal setting.
So because a girl's got a tattoo, she's got all of these qualities, or she's got a gold teeth. She's not.
Yeah, I don't think she heard the question properly.
I heard the question quite fine, Kwame. I heard it quite fine, Kwame. Did you?
But if you've got
Look, is the man there?
Who? I was trying to pretend that my screen had cracked.
Good is basically like get out.
What is that, bitch?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out. Yeah.
You know what? Trish, ask Goody if he thinks these things are important in a woman. Ask him now.
Goods, come on.
I think honesty is important. Depth, banter is a necessity.
Yeah,
It's got to be top 3. Okay,
Olu's not having none of
is
it.
that?
He's batting them away. He's batting
Please,
that.
banter.
Hi,
100%.
Dad.
I have work to do.
Goody.
Come on. All right, ask him the question.
Would you consider a woman who's heavily tattooed, piercing all over her body, and take her as a wifey?
Think about it, Goody.
She's tattoos and she's got piercings.
Would I consider as a wife?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heavily tattooed.
I'm not sure if I can show off as a wife.
Really?
Yeah.
What if she's got a gold tooth?
What do you mean? As well as the piercings and tattoos?
There you go. You see? Why? You see? It's a man thing, isn't it? At this age, you don't. It's a no-no, isn't it? At this age.
Yeah, you don't want it.
Back in the old days when you used to bring a man to your house and you had locks, mum would look at you or dad look at him differently.
Yeah.
So in this day and age, piercings in her face, tattoos, that's too much for me.
There you go.
Okay. Well, there you have it.
Go.
So, listen, he's given me the evil eye twice.
Okay.
So I need to come out of the man's house so he can get on with his work, yeah? So, again, always a pleasure.
Always.
Olu's going to be one of our permanent staples now, right, Olu?
I've added Olu
and Jessie, you're hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if Jessie lets us land, then yeah, he could be a permanent staple. Edit. You coming back, Jess?
Oh, yeah, of course, man.
When did you join this group? How long have you been part of the group?
No Bravado. I've been there for quite a while.
Yeah.
What do you think of the group?
Oh, it's good. You guys talk about good topics, man.
Okay.
I've also got my group there, Black Chat.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys are welcome there anytime.
Let's
put it in the comments.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone
I'll do
should
that.
say where they are, where you can find them, what you're doing before we wrap up. So just finish.
Yeah. We've got our link up. We've got our link up coming soon. So yeah, hope to see you guys there.
All right.
And yeah, I'll be commenting more on No Bravado.
Great stuff.
Great stuff. Nikki, what are you working on? Talk to us. Where can they find you? What do you want to shine a light on?
Well, Womanhood Academy, as always, Manhood Academy. I'm just still mentoring our young people, making sure that they have a good, so, you know, I mentor young girls to ensure that they can stand in their truth, in their power, unapologetically. Womanhoodacademy.com.
Yeah.
And for Instagram and the website. And I've got goatee, and I've got tattoos.
Goatee and tats.
And I've got a nose piercing. I have a piercing in my nose too.
But you're married, my sister.
But do you know, I'll tell you something just quickly. You see, when I was younger, my grandma, who was Jamaican, said exactly what you were saying. No man ain't going to want you. You mark up your skin, you pierce up your face like hug. They have them go to like, my gran basically cussed me. And by the time I was like 18, 19, she said, no, I ain't gonna want you. And look, you've got children and a marriage later.
Them all want you.
I think. So, Olu, talk to us. Where can they find you? What are you working on? Talk to us about your mentoring program. And
good, yeah. Again, like I said, Line Education Services provide tutoring and mentoring services for young people. So again, as a qualified teacher, very skilled in teaching, not only academic, but also challenging kids. Yeah, again, I'll put my link down there in the website. And like I said, let's keep it real. I just like to keep it real.
Oh, guys.
Like to keep it real, man.
Guys, I didn't hear the question properly, you know. Yeah.
Okay.
So I work in movies. Currently doing film set security. So if you know anybody with an SIA badge, got plenty of work going on. So just tell them to inbox me, and yeah, take it from there.
Okay. So please talk to us about your company, what you're doing, where can they find you?
So I just recently, I've just opened a business called Blaze Pop. So hit me up for like your cakes for special occasions or smash boxes and that kind of thing. But yeah, like Shantice Blaze for Facebook and Shant Santana for Instagram.
And Blaze Pops on Instagram.
Yeah, Blaze Pops. Blaze Pops on Instagram, yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna, Natalie, you stay on whilst we wrap up.
Yeah.
But guys, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, take care, guys.
All stars.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Jessie just
I've requested you, Ollie, so don't blank me, yeah? Gold teeth and all. Yeah.
Who's that?
Nikki
that?
saying she's requested you.
What does that mean?
On Facebook, I've requested you as a
Oh, well, I'll
friend.
accept it. Yeah, no problem. No,
Gold
no
tooth and all, I'm saying.
See you, guys.
I'm joking. I'm going to rib you forever. Anyway, bye. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Love you.
Oh, you're now part of our subcommittee, right?
Thank you very much.
So you have
About bloody time.
See ya.
See you
Take
later.
care,
Does that mean I've got to go now? That's it, you're done?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've really got to get out of this. I've got to get out of this man's house.
Yeah.
So
Take care, guys.
I'll catch you.
Thank you.
All
yeah?
right.
We'll
See
talk
you
to in a
later.
week. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Nat, my darling, my sweet pea.
My baby.
Ridiculous. How long have we been on? A good 4 hours.
You lie.
No, we're taking the piss. The show's meant to be an hour, but
I
here we
know,
are,
just
4
there
hours
chatting
later.
shit.
I've got to give money. I've got to give Goody money for electric.
Woo!
But yeah, good show, interesting show. Talk to them about what next, and then I'll where they can find you, what you want us to do, what you're shining a light on today.
So yeah, I've got just a couple of things, but I'll summarize them. What next, as you must have heard me speak about in there, is about moving forward as a collective, as a community. It's a private group on Facebook, but just request and I'll let you in. It's literally just what next. So yeah, it's just about building independently as a community and solution-based proactivity instead of, reactive. So being proactive instead of reactive. I also have a black hair and beauty online store called Naelle, Naelle, which we launched last month, a year and a half in the making. So for all your black hair and beauty products, as well as a wellbeing hub, you can go to Naelle Studio, Naelle studio.com. And then obviously my first baby is NLPR agency. So we are a creative agency, branding, marketing, PR, and all of my companies come kind of underneath that. And obviously, we have No Bravado, which we do with Sis here. One of my pleasures, No Bravado. So yeah.
I just want to talk about Diva Choice. It's a company that is that sells swimwear statements. It's a company that sells statement fashion jewelry as well as swimwear for ladies from sizes 8 to 22. We do adjustments on our body chain so that it can fit all of our curvy divas. Our ethos is to ensure inclusion through our company, and it's for female empowerment as well. So head over to our website, www.divachoice.co.uk. Check us out. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. Good, it's turned
Can't
up
even believe it.
now. So yeah, it's hint on top of hint to come out of his house.
Yeah.
So I'll phone you on my ride home.
Okay. All right. See you later. Did you drive?
I drove. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
So, yeah, I didn't want to come out of my house. I don't want to come out of my house ever.
Oh no.
But here I am. I'm shit. But but yeah, love you to bits.
You too, Bubs.
Speak to you soon.
Speak to you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.